Good afternoon, everyone. I will review this afternoon Mike's weather report this morning at his chat, where he talks about the posts I made in regards of yesterday's video of him. And here we go.
Let's look at Otangelo. My God, Otangelo. Is this it? Could be it. Oh, it's a document. I shall share that document. Let's see if I can pop that up a little bit, make it a little bigger. Can anybody see that thing? Let's go to view. Let's see. This thing doesn't dox me, does it? I am so doxed. I'm all doxed up, man. Let's see. Design. What the hell? View. Zoom. Come on. Give me a break. Page width? Yeah. Let's do that. Maybe. Oh my God, it's worse. Yeah. There we go. Prediction values are not us. So I don't know if you can see this or not, but this is, these are actually out of order. So Otangelo sent this one. All that materials have to present is a narrative that explains the origin of life in a more adequate manner. Yeah, it is more adequate. To move from the comfort zone to something else requires will and courage. Well, it requires the will and courage to follow reason wherever reason goes. And no, the first thing you got wrong there is a narrative is not all we have. If you go and look on Scholarpedia and search the origin of life, for every year for the past 10 years, we have between 700 and 1,500 papers that have been written on the origin of life.
So what, Michael? Does it mean that the more papers have been written, the propositions and hypotheses become more true? I actually think that this is a sign actually of desperation, because I have collected at my library over 40 different abiogenesis hypothesis proposals, and none of them actually work. And in the recent few months, a few more have popped up in the abiogenesis science community. And in my understanding, these are all helpless and hopeless attempts to explain a problem which is already many decades old, and science doesn't even know where to begin. So this isn't an indicator at all about the success of this field.
There's a lot more than just a narrative in there.
Well, I wrote a narrative because when you actually go to the last section of each of those papers, what they will do is provide a hypothesis, an explanation, which is basically a narrative. Of course, it is just that, because we cannot go back in a time machine and see what actually happened back then. So all we can do is, based on what we do know, on what we can investigate in regards of what is, in regards of the complexity of the cell, what scenario best fits to explain the origin of that kind of complexity. And that is, of course, just a narrative. So I don't know what problem you have in regards of describing it so.
Though, you know, we put together a narrative for the everyday man, right? I mean, what the hell? By the time it gets to the science magazines and Scientific American, it's going to sound a little bit like a Jisso story, but go look at the damn work, you know, and try to.
I do that actually almost on a daily basis. I've just reviewed the paper which I did send to you and to Dimitar this morning about the amino acid tRNA synthetases. And it is a paper which was published last month or so, very recent paper in regards of the origin of those. And hey, look it up. Look what my answer is to that. And they come up with assertions which have absolutely no basis to back up what they say. And of course, um, they claim that natural means explain the origin of those. And I don't really see how that could happen because by themselves they have absolutely no use. They need to work in a joint venture together with tRNAs, with messenger RNA, with the 20 amino acids, and the ribosome, of course. So all of these parts of these enzymes work in a joint venture together. And if one of those is missing, then you have no translation. So how do you explain that? And that is just in regards of translation. But if you do not have the transcription and all over 25 different macromolecular machines which are involved in protein synthesis, and you have only translation, what is translation by itself good for if you don't have all the other things? You need to explain the whole chain of the information going to the transcription and translation, and then to send the proteins to the place where they're required. And as I said, I think it was yesterday or after, at Tuesday in my chat with Dimitar, my hypothesis is that the cell has to be, it has to emerge all at once. It is irreducibly complex. And if you do not have the ribosome, no life. If you do not have amino acid tRNA synthetases, no life. And so we can go on with at least 500 different proteins, which are absolutely life essential, but by their own, they do not have any function whatsoever. And they are some of very complex enzymes like ribonucleotide reductase, which is hugely complex. And you need actually RNA in order to transform it into DNA. You need that enzyme for that transition. But if you do not have RNA in the prebiotic earth, there is nothing to transform into DNA. But the crux is that you need DNA actually to have the information to make that protein, and that turns it to a catch-22 problem. And in the paper which I sent to you guys, they admit that problem, that there are many catch-22 problems in the cell. So it is actually very reasonable to propose and to posit that the cell is actually irreducible complex. And if you guys show up today or in the next days, I can show you some papers which implicitly admit that there are things that must to be there together in order for a cell to work, like energy, information, and the basic building blocks of life.
To understand the work. So, Mike, that is up to you. It is not my task to attempt to gain converts or convince other people to my views. Though you seem to preach a little bit, if you feel frustrated by the fact that materialism does not convince me, no, I'm frustrated by the fact that reason does not convince you, that you're not willing to listen to what I told you in the first 15 minutes of that Demeter hangout about how methodological naturalism works.
And I said my point on this, Mike. I said that it is okay to use methodological naturalism in regards of operational science, but in my replies to which you responded here, I explained to you why there has to be made a distinction between the operational sciences which explain what is and how it works, how a protein works. That's the questions that scientists ask. When they see a new protein, the first thing they ask, what is its function? What does it do? And how does it work? How does it perform its enzymatic reaction? But historical sciences, they try to elucidate a completely different question, that is, how did things come to be? How did they emerge? How did the protein either evolve or whatever? That is a different question. And the problem is that science excludes design a priori and does not permit the evidence to be explained by supernatural means or by intelligent design, which is, in my understanding, a, uh, arbitrary restriction which is not justified and which leads to bad science, because we need to be able to permit the evidence to lead whatever explanation is possible, and intelligent design is a possible explanation. So why not permit it a priori when a scientific investigation begins to be one of the possible explanations? And that leads to the fact that scientists, they can only propose natural explanations, and that leads to the bad explanations which we see all over in the scientific papers, where at the end evolution has to be pressed in as the explanation, as the right explanation, no matter what, no matter how counterintuitive it is. And that is the bad fruits and the bad results of the foundation which has been laid down by Thomas Huxley and the X Club in the 19th century, and which permeates until today. And it is more than required that the science community as a whole actually starts to review the philosophical foundation upon which modern science lays today, and make an adaptation and actually permit intelligent design to be an explanation. It doesn't have to go into religious questions about who the designer is, but just posit that intelligence tops eventually as a better explanation than material causes.
You should probably listen to that and try to really stretch your mind and have the will and the courage to look at somebody else's views.
I do that all the time, Mike. That's why I'm having a dialogue with you. That's why I'm having dialogues with atheists for decades. And I can say with absolute certainty that what materialism has come up with is not compelling at all. And if you crystallize and compare what unguided random events can do and what intelligent design can do, that is a black and white difference. It's a huge difference. And you seem simply to ignore that and think that materialistic explanations must be the right explanation whatsoever. And I encourage you to actually critically analyze if that is true, if unguided events can really have that range of causal power that you think it does.
Have I looked at God views? Yeah, as much as I can. Your narrative is quite a bit weaker than ours. Basically, what God, okay, if you look at some old earth creationists, they will talk about intelligent intervention somewhere back there in the last 4 billion years. They'll never tell us where.
The question is
my idea.
Well, the question is not where, Mike. The question is if intelligent intervention is a more case adequate explanation than random guided events. We don't need at that moment to go into if it was 4 billion years ago, if it was 6,000 years ago. The question is simply, is design a better explanation or not compared to random events?
As God backed a starship up onto the earth and dumped out a few trillion tons of prokaryotes into the ocean, or eukaryotes into the ocean. I don't know which. You guys never land on that.
Well, I can give you an example, Mike. For example, the nitrogen cycle is absolutely life essential. It fixes nitrogen to make it usable to make the basic building blocks of life, which is hydrocarbons, DNA, RNA, phospholipids. It is absolutely essential. The nitrogen cycle was not extant on the early Earth, and it is driven by bacteria. It is driven by cyanobacteria, which fix nitrogen and make it usable through ammonia to the cell in order to make the basic building blocks of life. So yes, it is an absolutely reasonable explanation that God made all the microorganisms and the bacterial world right in the beginning in all its diversity in order to set up the ecological cycles. And it's not just the nitrogen cycle, it's also the carbon cycle, the sulfur cycle. It's as well the cycle for the minerals which are required, which are essential for life. And these cycles, they are interdependent, one with each other. So yes, it is absolutely reasonable to posit that God made all the ecological cycles, the microorganisms, the prokaryotes, and also the advanced life forms at the creation week. A stepwise formation of oxygen in the atmosphere, for example, during a time period of 500 million years through cyanobacteria. This is also an absolutely nonsensical proposition by mainstream science. It's too much to get into why, but I believe that the atmosphere was just made right from the start as well.
You know, you never tell us exactly where God intervened and how God intervened. Does God have tiny little fingers and he's capable of sticking nucleotides together and creating a 1.25 million nucleotides DNA sequence in a cell? Is that what he did?
Yes, yes, Mike, I think so. That's in regards of the smallest known free living bacteria, but I think that God created the DNA and the instructions to make all life forms and biodiversity right in the beginning. And your alternative is abiogenesis, and uh, there are problems right at the bottom, at the start, to make even the bases, to select them, to make the nucleotides, to make all the basic building blocks. Science has absolutely no answer how that could have occurred naturally by unguided means. And we can use eliminative inductions, which means if one proposition is not reasonable, then the other must be true, even if we don't fully understand how God could have done it. And I agree, we do not know how the creation event occurred, how God could have created during the creation week all the physical reality, but it doesn't mean that because we don't know how it happened, that it didn't happen.
You never tell us. Otangelo said he was a young earth creationist. So he believes that God zapped the world into existence in 6 days in some weird order, which never made any damn sense. And so God created all known, or basically all life from 6,000 years ago until now in a moment or like a week. How did he do that?
Well, you expressed simply incredulity here, Mike, but you believe that the natural mechanisms 4 billion years ago were able to do it in a very slow evolutionary gradative manner, and you basically stick to the scientific explanation and narrative. And as I said before, science has absolutely no explanation in regards of how life originated on the early Earth. There are problems at every step, at every level, and it's a huge problem. And the evolutionary explanation of biodiversity doesn't withstand scrutiny as well. And I gave you the answer what I think are the real mechanisms that explain biodiversity, but to put it short, it's information, it's data, it's huge amount of information stored in DNA and in epigenetic codes, and not just one or two, but I have listed over 20 different epigenetic languages and codes, which are also essential and required to build organisms. And this is far, far more complex than just genetic information. And it has to be there all at once, a gradative stepwise evolutionary manner of complexification. This is an assertion which has never been demonstrated to be true. We do not know how non-intelligence can create instructional prescribed information. Science has no clue in regards of that. What we know is that genetic information devolves, that it randomizes, but not that it complexifies to higher structural order.
What happened? Like when he created an elephant on the earth, I assume there was air on the earth before the elephant was created. And I always want to know details, like when you create an elephant in the middle of an atmosphere, if you do it instantaneously, like with no time at all.
Well, the Bible doesn't say that it happened instantaneously, that it happened without any time at all. Maybe it was just in a very fast manner. I don't know. But there are like movies which we screen in a very fast sequence. Maybe it happened like that. I don't know. But yes, I think that God created in 6 literal days as it is described in Genesis. It is difficult to grasp, to understand, but it is by no means not rational, even if you ridicule that proposition.
Then that means that the air has to explode outwards to allow room for the elephant at pretty much an infinite speed, right? More than the speed of light.
I don't think the Bible says that it was kind of sort in an infinite speed. It was very fast, but it maybe took some time, some minutes, some seconds, some hours, I don't know. But yes, I believe that it was a very rapid creation of biodiversity.
I want to know what happens to the air. I mean, I have questions like that. Of course, I'm childlike in my questioning, but I want to know exactly how it happened. Anyway,
Yes, how it happened, that's a different question of if it happened. And we do not need an explanation of the explanation. Otherwise, we need an explanation of the explanation of the explanation. And then we have infinite regress in regards of the explanation, Mike. So just positing that intelligent design is the better case adequate explanation than random unguided events, that's enough looking just to the evidence, to what we see, and then coming to that conclusion. We do not have to have further explanations in regards of one explanation.
narrative is bullshit. You don't really have a narrative. Ours is mechanistic. We proceed with what we can know today.
We do not know today, Mike, that unguided random events can make instructional, complex, codified information which directs the making of complex machines and factories, and then also controls how these machines and factories work and fine-tune them in order to adapt to the environment and be able to survive. We don't know how that works by naturalistic means. We know that intelligence can make blueprints, and based on these blueprints can make machines and factories. We do not know and have never observed that random unguided events can do the feat. And you know, since you study molecular biology for a long time, that what we see in the micro world is far more complex than anything that humans have ever devised. So why is it not rational to believe that a super intelligent intellect made all this stuff? To me, this is the only rational and reasonable explanation. I don't know how you can believe that unguided random events can make blueprints, factories, and machines. That seems to me unreasonable and just a fantasy.
In our current life, which is entirely naturalism, it's all random chemicals bumping into each other that turns a seed into an oak tree.
No, absolutely not, Mike. That's not how it works. The seed has all the information stored to make the tree. Where did that information come from?
As I go into a human being, and you just keep missing that part. Oh, it's Stinky Snake is here. Hi, Stinky. Speed's evidence, his gut instinct. Read a fucking paper, Smokey. Just once. Well, of course, Smokey can't read papers. Smokey not educated. And here we go, meth logic. Now, you were telling a little bit of your backstory, and I detect some drug use in your history, Smokey. So were you an addict or an alcoholic or a problem drinker at one point in your life? And you're coming down on me because I've admitted to being an addict? 14.
Okay, if I knew where this stops, I would just pull that part soon after I had to leave this morning. And as Mike and Smokey, you guys know my opinion on this. You started at this point to exchange name calling and making accusations one towards each other. And I think this is just a waste of time. I don't like it, but I will just play it now and see when it stops to begin my commentary again. But I am very tired and disgusted by all this kind of low level accusations, which is not educational for anyone that is actually looking at that. So this goes to both of you. I said my opinion to Smokey privately. I say it again, Smokey. I have no hesitation to say it publicly. I think it's not a good method to reach out to unbelievers. I think it's a waste of time. I think we should just keep to the subjects, and when an atheist starts name calling, then just go over it, just exclude the person, stop the dialogue, and seek other people to interact with. That's at least my way, how I deal with it. When I see that an atheist is unreasonable, that he starts to make personal attacks and so forth, then I just stop the dialogue. I don't go further. It's boring.
18 years in recovery nearly, by the way, asshole. I mean, that's why we call him Stinky Snake, because he turns on you like a snake and he stinks a lot. This whole bullshit. Mike, what are you? Oh, hey, fucking Otangelo. What is it? Who called who what first? Who attacked me? Who attacked my addiction first? Go look at the.
Mike, it doesn't. It is irrelevant who started it first. The smart guy is the one who stops it first. Who stops it first? If you want to stop the cycle of mutual accusations, then the smart guy is the one who stops it and ceases to do it. And I pretty much encourage you to stop this kind of mutual accusations. It's fruitless. It's not fun. I don't like it. I think other people don't like it either. Let's just stay on a friendly level of interaction where each one can learn from the other side. And let's just debate the facts, guys.
History and find out who started this stuff. And no, we're not going to stop name calling. I'm not going to stop name calling or nicknaming, as I like to put it, until this asshole just disappears from my radar entirely. What are you doing in my chat, Smokey? Go the hell away. Oh, no, he had good character all his life. Well, you don't actually, that isn't the story you told on one of the live streams. You were talking about some pretty bad things. I'm sorry. So, good character all your life. And I haven't had good character all my life. How the fuck do you know that, Smokey? You know, I used to get drunk and I used to do great harm to myself. I did emotional harm to my family, but I pretty much had great character all my life too, even while using. I wasn't the class. I don't know what you have some caricature of a drug addict in your mind or a meth addict. Oh, Smokey. I don't know, Smokey. I'll go look it up. And I'll...
Smokey, I was, when I left this morning, thinking about what Mike just said. And I made a reflection. And look up with how many atheists have you had this kind of mutual accusations? And do you think really that this has brought something? Has it improved our dialogue with atheists? Has it in some way brought an atheist closer to seek the Lord or to think about the gospel, about eternal things, about eternity? I don't think so. I don't think so. It just builds walls. But what we do want is building breaches. I want to reach out to atheists. I want to have a fruitful, a positive dialogue where we can exchange ideas, worldviews, think about things, about origins, where each one can expose its side, why he believes what he believes, where we can wait what the other side says, and where I can eventually agree with an atheist when he makes a good point. But I need to permit the atheist also to agree with my point when I make a point which is sound and reasonable. And that's the way to go. It's not just making accusations and lower ourselves to personal attacks. So, Smokey, I want to encourage once again, as a brother in Christ, I like you very much. And uh, I would really encourage you once again to think and reflect about the method that to use in your interaction. That goes to me as well. I'm not better than you. I'm not better than anyone else. I am always making mistakes as well. And sometimes I also maybe extrapolate in my interactions with atheists, and a word or another one comes out which I shouldn't have said. So I'm not better than anyone. I'm not better than you. But I really want to encourage you, Smokey, to think about that issue. If it's really worth always to come down to personal attacks, we need to break that cycle and stop, lower ourselves to that kind of stuff, which is just boring. It's just boring. It doesn't edificate anyone.
I'll clip it, okay, and we'll take a look at your hint at being some sort of dark character and having gone through all kinds of bullshit. Anyway, let's see. Stinky, go away. I mean, Christ, you're irrelevant. You fucked up your own group of people, and now you are quickly becoming irrelevant. Disappear. Okay, so back to Otangelo. If you feel frustrated by the fact that materialism does not convince me, and let's see, you might ask yourself what your goals are. My goals are to get people to quit preaching pseudoscientific bullshit.
Yeah, Mike, that's what you call what I do? Well, let's put that straight, Mike. The evidence and the science is all the same for all of us. When a scientist looks into the molecular world, he finds there fantastic things, a fantastic world which we didn't have a grasp about a few decades ago. That's what we have. We work with the same evidence, Mike. So that's not pseudoscientific nonsense. That's what is. That's simply what is. That's what we see. The crux of the question is, how do we explain the origin of what we actually discover in molecular biology? And we need to find reasonable and adequate explanations to the emergence of that complexity. Now, of course, you can disagree with intelligent design, but in order to do so, you need to be able to provide better explanations. And when we exclude evolution once in a while as a possible explanation, and I think we have in this whole atheism debate, the focus has been far too long in regards of evolution and then muddied the waters. If we make a comparison just between random chance, unguided events, and intelligent design, which is the case in regards of the origin of life because there was no evolution, then things become much more clearer. then we have a clear dichotomy: random chance and design. These are the two mechanisms that we can propose to explain the origin of life, not even physical necessity, because there is no physical necessity to have an instructional code stored in the genome. So the information in the genome to have the first living cell came to be either by chance or by design. That are the two propositions. And if you say that design is pseudoscience, then come up with a better explanation by random chance, and then I will grant you that if that is a plausible explanation. But if you don't, calling intelligent design pseudoscience, well, this is just baseless and useless verbosity, which is meaningless, actually.
That it's that simple. Evolution has, oh my God, am I going to say it?
Yeah, evolution, Mike, has nothing to say in regards of the origin of life. And I see it all the time, proponents of materialism attempting to bring evolution into the game to explain things that had to occur for life to start. No, evolution is not an explanation. Chance is. Of course, you don't like it because chance is impotent. It's impotent, but it's difficult to go into the head of an atheist.
It this way has truckloads of evidence.
I was laughing this morning and I'm laughing again, Mike. No, we have no evidence whatsoever. Whatsoever. Science is blind as 70 years ago. Actually, science knows today how big the problem is. How big the problem is. Science has unraveled the complexity, which has not led to closer the gaps that lead to materialism, but it exposes them and exposes how huge these gaps actually are. And that, of course, leads to intelligent design as the better explanation, because we know the capability of intelligence to make blueprints, make factories and machines. And chance is an impotent cause to make all these things. And you are, of course, tired that I repeat that all the time, but that's the truth. That's the evidence. That's what we see in the molecular world. That's what we see in the molecular world. And that requires an explanation to which chance is an inadequate explanation. So,
whereas all you have is a little bunch of parchments from 2,000 years ago.
No, the Bible is totally irrelevant in regards of natural theology, Mike. Irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The point is that we actually compare what intelligence can do to what non-intelligence can do. That's the crux of the issue. And then we check if there are signatures of past intelligent action in the natural world. And in my understanding, the natural world is full of evidence of God's fingerprints. It starts by the Big Bang, by the fine-tuning of the universe, by the fine-tuning even in biology, by the origin of life, which is unexplained by natural means, by biodiversity, which is not explained by evolution, but by a huge amounts of data stored in genes and in the epigenome. So we have imprints of design everywhere in the natural world. And when an atheist says, oh, all we have observed is natural means, natural mechanisms, then I say, hey, this guy has no clue what he's talking about. All what we see is the fingerprints of God everywhere. Everywhere.
Some story that you believe in, you got bullshit.
What do you have, Mike? I have never seen an atheist coming up with a reasonable explanation to explain our existence. Never. Where is yours? Where is yours? You admitted in the last few days, oh, science is working on it. That's a materialism of the gaps, Mike. That's a materialism of the gaps. It's blind beliefism in material causes. That's all what you have. Why do you believe it? Because you want to? Yeah, because you want to. You are biased towards that worldview. As you confessed, it's my starting point. And you accused me and said that it was my starting point as well. Well, of course, I'm a Christian since I'm 18. So I actually agree that I am biased towards creationism. And we are all biased towards a worldview. We are all. So I am too. But my scientific, philosophical constructions of an argument, they are not based on red herrings. They are based on a sound premise and then on a sound logical conclusion based on the evidence.
You have this idea of ID, which we'll get into a little bit here, that has absolutely no evidence for it at all.
Yeah, you keep repeating that. And it's funny. When I hear that, it's really funny to hear that.
Let's see. You might ask yourself what your goal is. Evidence is too powerful to make us come back to a godless worldview. Your interpretation of the evidence is suspect, and I can tell you.
Yeah, suspect why? Why is it suspect? Why do you simply forget if it's suspect and actually just be critical by yourself and think about what we are describing and what we are trying to investigate here? You don't need to simply listen to what I say, as I am not simply listening to what science papers say and their philosophical interpretation. I actually just try to find out by myself what a science paper says, if it's reasonable or if it's nonsense. And since science papers are based on methodological naturalism, also applying to historical sciences, I can say that basically every science paper related to abiogenesis or evolution at the end, when it comes to the end remarks, is bullshit. Is bullshit. That's the situation, and it's sad.
Why? I'll go a little bit further here. And you cannot force your brain to accept the claim that biological cells, which are a factory park of unparalleled gigantic complexity and purposeful adaptive design of interlinked high-tech fabrics. Oh my, and you go on and on and on.
Yeah. And you are, of course, tired to listen to what I say in regards of this. You said it several times that you're tired to listen to me talking about machines, factories, blueprints, and so on. So you are actually, when it comes to describing these things in these terms, you are putting the automatic mode of closing your ears, and you don't even think about it anymore, Mike. You don't even think about it anymore. You are simply deaf in regards of these kind of descriptions. That's what I said. Hey, stop 5 minutes and just critically think about these things. Think about it. And I think the exemplification of Fred Hoyle in the 80s with the junkyard analogy is very appropriated. And the watchmaker analogy is very appropriated. And of course, Richard Dawkins, he tried to direct the focus and explain it, the biological complexity through evolution. But Hoyle actually was referencing to the origin of life. And there was no evolution. and the parts that are required for life to start, there are many more parts than in a human-made factory. How did these parts, which have to be precisely made in the precise size with the precise materials, with the materials imported inside to the cell and then complexified to make these molecular machines? How can you even imagine that this came together by chance? The ribosome, which is hugely complex, made of 80 different proteins and life essential. How did that come to be by chance, Mike? And you think this is reasonable? It's not reasonable. It's utmost irrational to believe that such complexity can emerge by chance.
You explain all that stuff. Could happen by no guiding intelligence. Well, that's because this is how you see things. This is how you see the natural world. You see it through your glasses. Your tinted glasses are tinted by the Bible. They're tinted by your creation story, and they're
Michael, that's precisely because of that kind of accusations that in the 90s, they come up with the theory of intelligent design, because it doesn't posit a priori the Bible and then from there starting to explain things, but it starts from the evidence seen in the natural world, and from there we try to come to meaningful, adequate explanations which explain the feat in question. And intelligent design doesn't posit a creator a priori. It doesn't posit who that creator is. It just posits an intelligent designer. And that's all. It doesn't go into theological questions. It doesn't go into religion. It just contrasts an intelligent mind or agency to random chance and eventually later on to evolution. And positing intelligent design as a possible causal agency is perfectly scientific, and it has nothing to do with religion or with theology. So you are wrong on that.
tinted by your religious belief. That's why you see the evidence that way.
Do you know, Mike, there are intelligent design proposers which are not religious? They are actually agnostics or unbelievers, like Berlinski, for example. Yeah. Proponents of intelligent design, they are coming from all kinds of backgrounds. They are not necessarily religious. So your description is a prejudice, it's pejorative, it's inadequate, and it's simply wrong and false.
You're not looking at the evidence at the level that Demeter walked you through the other day.
Mike, Dimitri is a very nice guy. I listened to him very carefully in regards of all the explanations he made. Of course, he is very educated. He's a scientist. He has read many scientific papers, but he cannot make shit up. He cannot make shit up. He cannot transform an inadequate explanation into something that is sound and logical. And he has to work with what he has on hand, which is chance, which is unguided random events on the prebiotic earth. And from there, he has to go to try to find a narrative which makes sense. And he has no, when you have bad materials on hand to do something, then the outcome will not become good. And that is his situation, and it's the situation of the entire scientific abiogenesis community, which has just as a mechanism chance on hand and tries to explain the factory which is more complex than the most complex factories made by man, and posits chance as a reasonable explanation and tries to fit it into the evidence. And that will not gonna work in the past. It doesn't work in the past. It didn't work in the times of Urey and Miller. It doesn't work today. It will not work in 100 years, and it will not work in 10,000 years, because chance remains chance, and it remains impotent in the same manner. So, as said, Dimitri is a very nice guy, like to talk to him, but chance, which is what he's working with, is not a compelling explanation.
And you're not looking at what's happening in our world right now.
I do, Mike. I do. I read science papers as well in a daily basis. I have over 5,500 posts at my virtual library, which is based on analyzing what science papers say. So I am looking very carefully into science, into molecular biology, and I try to make sense of it.
The miracle of a zygote turning into a human being or an elephant or a mouse is what you need to look at, because
Yeah, you talk about this always in a condescending way, Mike, and what this demonstrates is solely incredulity. This is what we are very often accused at, to be incredule in regards of the materialistic narrative. And yes, we are, and we have good reasons to be incredule. But you are as well incredule in regards of the creationist and intelligent design proposals. And there is no good reason to be incredule, because we know that intelligence can do all these things that we see in the molecular world. But we have no indication and evidence that unguided means can do this and can create this kind of complex things.
there's no intelligent design there at all. That's purely mechanistic.
That's a baseless claim. You have no basis to say that. You even confessed that science is working on it. And that is not what just you do, that is what these science papers do as well. You see, between the lines, they just make baseless assertions and hope that the reader doesn't perceive it and that it goes through. But science has no explanation with empirical evidence that what they claim to be true, that it is actually true. They don't.
I mean, purely deterministic. We can look at every part of that thing, and it's a miracle that something like that could happen. But no, you want to look at a 4.2 billion year narrative, and I don't know. You always want to run back in time, and I think that stems from the creationist worldview. The particular tinting of your glasses has it that you must not look at what's going on today in science, in the natural world, what we know.
Mike, all my inferences, they are based on peer-reviewed journals from science journals, from science papers. That's basically what I use to make my inferences. Sometimes I read also creationist websites to see what explanations they give in regards of a certain thing that I am studying. But my main source is actually mainstream science papers, peer-reviewed science papers. And I don't know what you are claiming now, right?
You have to go back and come up with this blanket caricature of nature as random chemicals suddenly popping out a cell or popping out a DNA strand.
No, that's all what we have, Mike. We don't have evolution. We do not have physical necessity. What we have is just chemicals floating around on a prebiotic earth. That's it. And the problem is, which is so easily overlooked by the proponents of abiogenesis, and this is a very serious problem, that molecules, they do not complexify, they do randomize, they become asphalt. And this is evidence proven by people which investigate this, like by Steve Benner. He wrote that science paper in 2012, The Paradoxes of Life. So why do you simply neglect that evidence? Why is Demeter neglecting that evidence? Because once you recognize it, this is full stop. This is full stop in regards of abiogenesis. But it is simply neglected, and then you guys go on and never come to a clear understanding why chance isn't a reasonable explanation.
There's something wrong with the way you think.
And did you think about if that applies to you, Mike? Could it be that you are the guy, the one which is investigating everything with the materialistic lens, biased, and cannot see that chance is impotent? If you do a critical study in regards of this, how is it not possible that you see that you recognize that? I mean, when I come up with the chance, with these huge numbers of probability to have a function-bearing protein, this is also full stop. This is full stop for abiogenesis. It should have been full stop 70 years ago. It should be full stop now, but it isn't. Why? Because of bias. Because you guys cannot accept that an intelligent designer is the better explanation.
And you can't see it. And I've looked at it from many different angles. Let's go a little further here. Oh, this one is a long one. Oh my God. But the evidence points to the fact that it could not have happened by unguided means at every step. Now, why? What evidence? What evidence says that there are not unguided steps?
Okay, I've seen that Mike is in the chat. Do you want to come in, Mike, or do you want me to keep commenting what you said this morning? That's up to you. We can dialogue, chat about it, or I can just keep making my comments and observations in what you said this morning. What would you prefer? Okay, and sorry, no, we don't have prebiotic molecules just floating around. Molecules complexify with each other based upon the environment they're found in. Chemistry is entirely driven by environment. Well, the thing is, first of all, okay, now I want you to schedule your talk with Angelo and Leo. Okay, so first of all, there is a problem that the basic building blocks of life, they were not extant on the early Earth. In regards of the amino acids, 8 of the 20 amino acids have never been synthesized in prebiotic experiments. We know only of cells synthesizing them as a source, like tryptophan, which is extremely complex. Nucleotides, RNA, and DNA is also not simply free floating on the prebiotic Earth. They are also made in the cell by very complex molecular machines and metabolic pathways. The same goes for phospholipids and carbohydrates. First, you need to fix the carbon in order to have it available for the cell, and this is made by cells with complex cycles like the Wood-Ljungdahl cycle, like the reverse TCA cycle. But these cycles, they were not extant on the early Earth. And even let's suppose that you would have these basic building blocks on the early Earth, they would just lay around and then disintegrate. And in order to have them to complexify with each other, you need to have them at one building site all together to start to interact with each other. But they were very diluted on the prebiotic Earth. So how do you make that junction, that unification, bringing them together? There was no mechanism for that, and you need to sort them out. They need to be pure. In the Earth and the prebiotic Earth, they would be all mixed with chemicals which are not used in life. These are huge problems.
create things. That's what we need to focus on. And the evidence is something that you're going to find today. You're going to find in that zygote to oak tree narrative.
No, the zygote is already a living cell. You need to start with the basic building blocks of life, Mike, and from there it has to start, and you need to find explanations how atoms structured together to make the nucleobases, for example, which is you have a science paper which was released recently. They investigated and said there are over 1 million different possibilities to have the composition of the nucleobases. And you don't need to have only nitrogen and carbon. You can have there any other element or atom. You can have sulfur or whatever. So how did that composition come to be? This is a very a big unsolved abiogenesis problem. And I don't see how you can have a selection mechanisms for these bases. And that's just a starting point. To have the bases is a big problem, but also then to have the ribose and the phosphate, to join them together, to polymerize them, to start to self-replicate, to become information-bearing molecules, to have Watson-Crick base pairing, and then you have a genome. What does a genome by itself do if you don't have the machinery to transcribe and translate it? That are huge problems.
That scientific narrative about how things happen. And I explained to you how we then extend it backwards in time with methodological naturalism to work out the...
Yeah, Mike, you have a question? You can ask Mike. Link the paper. I have to find it. Just a moment. I would not like to interrupt my talk and my thing here, but at the end I can link it to you. Is that okay? Immutable Destiny? Okay, Mike, I did want to give you an answer to what you said this morning because I had to leave. This what I am answering right now to you is not a replacement to Dimitar. I will be pleased to have a chat with him after this, or I can stop this, and if he is in the chat or if he is available, he can come in and I can continue this later. What do you like? Yeah, I have the reference. I can give it to you, Immutable Destiny. I just don't want to stop my chat here, my talk, to go find the paper. So I can do that afterwards. Is that okay? So Mike, I can stop my chat here, my reply to you. Well, I replied to Dimitar and I said to him that this afternoon I would be available, and I am available now. If he want, he can come in. If he is not available now, whenever he is in, he can show up here in the stream, and I can interrupt my reply to you, and he can come in, and I can have a chat with him. It's fine with me. Yeah, okay. I'll send you the paper, Immutable Destiny. No problem. Okay, so Mike, I will continue. If you, I've invited you to come in to discuss what you said this morning, or I can continue this. And whenever Dimitar shows up, I can interrupt this and then have a chat with him. Oh, he did? I didn't check my email. Let me check my email. Just a moment. Okay. Um, okay. Let me reply. Okay. Okay, Mike. I wrote to Dimitar. I wrote, Dimitar, Mike, I'm online. I'm giving a reply to Mike from this morning. Whenever you show up, I can interrupt and let you in and we can have a chat. Is that okay? And I gave the link to StreamYard. Okay, so whenever he shows up, he can come in and we can start our chat. I've sent the same email to you, Mike, with the link to the live stream. So either you or Dimitar or even Leo, if you want to come in and start to have our chat, I'm fine with it. Otherwise, I just continue my stream here. Whatever is fine with you guys. I'll wait, and during that, I'll try to find the paper. Okay, he wants to schedule a time. That's fine. So I'll continue my reply to you, and as soon as he suggests a time, I will reply to him and schedule it. Is that okay? Okay, Mutable Destiny. I didn't find the paper, but I did put a link here in the chat. You can access it where I describe what I'm talking about the nucleobases. Okay, and later on I will try to find the paper and I will send it to you. Okay, okay, Mike. I'll go ahead here.
History of what happens. Again, my goals are stop denying evolution, stop denying what's right in front of you, right in front of your face, and accept science, accept geology, accept the age of the earth. Stop lying to yourselves about this stuff.
I'm not lying about this stuff to myself, Mike. Whatever I say, I back it up with science. I actually, in this whole uh, uh, answer to you, in the 19 posts which I made to answer to each of those points, I made a post where I addressed evolution. Look it up, and we have certainly time to chat about the evidence of what I actually hold now as the real mechanisms which replace mutations and natural selection, gene drift, and gene flow. Okay, and no, I'm not blind in regards of that. Whatever I posit, it is based on what I have investigated through science papers.
You're causing a lot of trouble. Let's see, making a basic building blocks, and we go on. But then, now, there's one video you did that I am trying to put together a presentation for, and I noticed that you refer to a lot of books. Like here, down here, you refer to Hubert Yockey, right? I have that book, and I have several other books here. I got one that you referred to in your video called Information and Living Systems by Terzes and Arp. They're the editors. And you quoted a piece from an article on thermodynamics and information in life, and you hacked out a little quote. I'll bet you haven't read this book. I bet you don't even own this book. I bet you wouldn't even know where to find this book. It just so happens that I had this book on my table. Very interesting. So we're going to look a little further into that, Otangelo. I'm sorry I have not kept up with chat, guys. I'm not watching it. Is anybody? Oh, yeah. Athena. Midnight. I can send you a link, Midnight. Oh, let's see. Who else would like a link? Emailed it to you. Has anybody else requested to get in? Every time Speed holds up a book, I see one of his paperweights for hate letters to Maddox. You asshole. Okay, snaky, fucking stinky snake. You asked me how many of my books I've read. I said I have about 2,500 technical volumes, okay? Some of them, didn't I? Let me get through my diatribe against Smokey here before.
Okay.
Okay. So when I was talking to Smokey, he asked me about my 2,500 books. He asked me how many of them I've read. Well, I have a standard answer for that, and I think it's an underestimate. I said I'd read 5% of those books, okay? So 5% of 2,500. And I've read 5% of every one of those books. Now, I highlight with a yellow marker, and I know you want me to will my books to you, Midnight, and you're going to hate them because I have highlighted the shit out of them. If you look at my genetics textbooks, my embryology textbooks, my neuroscience textbooks.
Well, Mike, you can list as many books that you read, and Dimitar also said that he did read in the last 5-6 years over 500 science papers in regards of abiogenesis. The number of books and science papers that you guys read doesn't mean anything in regards of a meaningful right interpretation of the information given and of the evidence. What you need to do so is logic and to put aside bias as much as possible, and then look with a very objective in a very objective manner to the evidence, and you need a solid epistemological framework and philosophy in order to make a good interpretation of the evidence. And as I said previously, Mike, what we are trying to compare when it comes to abiogenesis is random chance to intelligence. These are the two propositions. These are the two opponents. That is what we try to elucidate. What makes more sense, chance or design? And I have listed how we can recognize what the hallmarks of design are, imprints of intelligence, which cannot be accomplished by random, lucky, unguided events. And the discrepancy is enormous, And sometimes I really can't understand how you can believe that an instructional code can come and emerge by chance. I don't understand it. Besides thinking that bias is blinding you guys. Bias is blinding you guys because the evidence is as clear as never before. Instructional complex information cannot emerge randomly.
Textbooks. it's almost solid yellow because I've
I
read.
mean, that's really that's okay. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? That's
Anyway,
I've had.
well, my point is that I'm like a snail. I leave a trail of what I've read. So you can pop through these books and you'll find yellow highlights in the middle, at the beginning. I usually read about the first 40, 50 pages, and then I do an overview of the entire book because for the most part, no one can read 2,500 technical books. I don't think in their lifetime, not if they read it at the way I read it. When I study genetics, I do about 10 pages a day. That's about the best I can do. I mean, it's impossible to do much more than that if you're really looking up and understanding the material. So anyway, I told him that I would up that to 10%. So from that, what Smokey got, this fucking idiot, stinky
Now,
snake,
now, now, now.
stinky
Let's all play
snake.
nice. Focus on the arguments, not the man.
Oh, I'm gonna play nice with this asshole with what he said in chat today about my meth addiction. This prick. No, I'm not playing nice. Anyway,
Okay, that's fair enough.
Well, hang on. What Smokey got from that is that I haven't read any of my books. Abiogenesis, the stack I showed him, I have 11 books on abiogenesis. I think I read like 3 or 4 of them out of the 12 that I showed him. I have another 10 in my library. Who the hell can read every book? I mean, screw you, Smokey, you snake.
Every time Speed holds up a book, I see one of his paperweights. I am so clipping this.
He is
I
so
mean,
clipping it.
cool. Like, okay, Smokey. I need to rant about something because because every time I see, oh, X YouTuber has been exposed, I'm like,
Mike, we are at 25th minutes. I really don't want to hear this trash of name calling and so forth. At what minute is that stopping, and are you talking again about what I wrote? Because I can pull it. Otherwise, we will have to listen to all that trash again.
And I have read like 4 of them, right?
go ahead. Where he's just part of.
I mean, it's a hell of a lot more compared to how we trash talk you.
I mean,
Can't interrupt.
Also made them red. That
to join. Yep. Okay, I understand.
That's not my accepted back then.
Okay, it seems the rest of this talk this morning is just trash talk. I'm not interested in reviewing it. If someone of you guys wants to come in and have a chat, feel free. The link is in the description of the video. I can put it again. Just a moment. Tony, I would not like to have you in this time because Mike is complaining that you are just name calling. So I want to have other guys come in and have a chat if you guys want. The link is in the stream. No, Tony, I won't have you today, okay? Mike, I won't have Tony today in my live chat. If you want to come in and give a comment of my comments in regards of your talk this morning, feel free to come in. Anyone wants to come in to have a chat? Let me check if Dimitar replied to my email. No. Okay, got an email here. Let's make it tomorrow around that time, maybe an hour earlier. I have something else to do now. Tangelo should schedule it for tomorrow. Dimitar. Okay, so Dimitar wants to schedule something for tomorrow. Okay, okay, Mike. Does someone wants to come in? Dimitar said that he will come tomorrow at my channel to have a chat, so it won't be today. Okay, I think I'll put a playlist so you guys can entertain yourselves with the playlist if nobody wants to come in right now. James Watson at left and Francis Crick discovered the structure of the DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, molecule in 1953. DNA are the molecules which make up the alphabet, which specifies biological heredity. DNA are the molecules which store the blueprint of life and as such hold a central indispensable position. The RNA polymerase machine complex transcribes the instructional information stored in DNA into messenger RNA. mRNA is built of almost the same four-letter alphabet as DNA. It is more fragile and as such it could also be an information carrier, but less adequate long-term. Who wants to find answers about how life started, needs to find compelling explanations about how RNA and DNA first emerged on Earth. In all known living beings, genetic information flows from DNA to RNA to proteins. Their work on the structure of DNA was performed with some access to the X-ray crystallography of Maurice Wilkins and Rosalind Franklin at King's College London. Combining all of this work led to the deduction that DNA exists as a double helix. This information was critical for their further progress. They obtained this information as part of a report by Franklin to the Medical Research Council. The report was by no means secret, but it put the critical data on the parameters of the helix, base spacing, helical repeat, number of units per turn of the helix, and diameter of the helix in the hands of the two who had contributed none of those data. With this information, they could begin to build realistic models. The big problem was where to put the purine and pyrimidine bases. Details of the diffraction pattern indicated two strands and indicated that the relatively massive phosphate ribose backbones. Hey, Dimitar!
Yeah, it's
Can
me.
you hear me? Yeah.
Did I interrupt you something? Just continue.
No. I was going to put a video of Dr. Tur. It's just 2 minutes. Would you like that I put it and then we have a chat?
Yeah. Of course. Do you want me to leave now or just
No. Just wait.
Okay,
I'll put
go.
the video 2
I'll make
minutes.
my coffee.
Okay.
We're going to talk about the origin of life today. So this is going to be a technical lecture, and with intent, no God, gods, or intelligent designer is going to be mentioned. Science is going to be used to critique the scientific research. All right, so this is a car, and mind you, this is much less parts than are needed to make a cell. What if you had to gather them and put the parts of the car together? What if all of these parts were scattered throughout planet Earth? And many people would say, well, you know, these things are not limited to Earth. Okay, well, now find it. Find it out there. Find it out there. The parts have been scattered out there, and they happen to come to Earth on meteorites over a period of many, many years. That's what we're up against in the origin of life. Try to put something together, and now the parts go bad. You know, say a certain part is there on Earth, and you're waiting for other parts to come, and in the meantime, the parts go bad. Same thing happens to organic molecules. They decompose. Molecules don't care about life. Organisms care about life, but chemistry, on the contrary, is utterly indifferent to life. Without biologically derived entity acting upon them, molecules have never been shown to evolve toward life. Never. Molecules don't evolve. They don't move toward life. They have no reason to move toward life. So the scientists among you are going to have to deal with the scientists that's presented. And could viruses be a key to understanding how something like this might have happened?
Very interesting. This dovetails beautifully with the previous question. Scott Minnick has shown that, for example, the plague bacterium, and we're not talking about viruses yet, but the plague bacterium, which has been a very striking example of what theologians call natural evil, is the result of 4 discernible mutations from an aboriginal bacterium for which our bodies had a natural immune response. It was a completely benign bacterium that was altered by this series of mutations. So that would be an example of that kind of decay or degradation of a beautifully and well-designed original system. Now, we have another colleague, Don Ewert, who's a virologist, who's working on this same issue. Viruses cause a lot of problems. So what happened? Were they originally designed, or were they? And he's working on a theory, and there's quite a lot of support for this in general, that viruses have had an original role of effectively, they were part of an information processing system that maintained the proper balance of different bacterial organisms, for example, in the human gut or in the gut of other mammals, that we need a particular balance of different bacterial species, and that viruses were a way of transferring genetic information laterally to maintain this proper balance of different species of bacteria in the larger bacterial populations. So that's a new idea and a new take on this, but it's very interesting, and he's working on a very detailed paper on it and finding a lot that supports it. So it's a kind of an active area of interest for ID proponents. The bacterial question is making a lot of sense as far as evidence of design and decay. And there's an interesting avenue of research developing, or an interesting hypothesis that's being developed about viruses. So stay tuned on that. It shows how the ID concept is generating a lot of new research ideas.
Okay. As a philosopher of science, what do you think is the best way to differentiate scientific, philosophical, and religious questions and issues? Where do questions of design fit in?
The second question is a bit easier to answer than the first. I think questions of design are questions of historical scientific research. You can use the method I described a bit earlier. It's called the method of multiple competing hypotheses. It's a standard method in geology, evolutionary biology, archaeology. It's a method that's used when you can't repeat something under controlled laboratory conditions necessarily, and where you need to make an inference about past causes of events in the, or make an inference to determine the cause of an event in the remote past. And so design detection is a retrodictive inference. We look at an effect and try to determine what type of cause best explains it. Was it chance? Was it natural laws or necessity? Was it some combination of the two? Or was it an intelligent agent? All of those are possibilities. We know that intelligent agents act and they leave certain types of signatures of their activity behind. When we find those signatures, it allows us to retrodict back to a designing mind. I think the crucial signature of intelligence is information. And so I think that's the type of inquiry that allows you to detect design. That's a type of forensic science or historical science. Part of what I characterized in my PhD thesis, and I've done a fair amount of further writing on that in the books that Jim kindly showed at the beginning of the interview. So that's the kind of science I think intelligent design is. It's different than straight bench science or theoretical physics. There are different types of sciences with different types of methods. And then that gets to the second question: how do we characterize science? Typically, in an undergraduate science class, we'll learn about the scientific method. But in fact, there are many different scientific methods. There are sciences that are concerned with classification. There are sciences that are concerned with simulation. There are sciences that are concerned with the formulation of general physical laws. There are sciences that are more forensic in character, that are trying to discern provide causal explanations for particular facts or particular events. And all of these different types of sciences have different methods. And so the simplistic hypothetico-deductive method that we all learn in, physics 110 or chemistry 101, that's a good method, but it's not the only method of scientific reasoning. And so recognizing that there is a multiplicity of methods makes it difficult to say how in general we distinguish science from philosophy or religion. And that's something in philosophy of science known as the demarcation problem. It's a notoriously difficult thing to give a simple definition of science that allows us to distinguish science from these other modes of inquiry, especially because some of those modes of inquiry in philosophy and philosophy of science, that method of multiple competing hypotheses and inferring to the best explanation is used just as it's used in the historical sciences or sometimes in theoretical physics. So I'm of the opinion that there's not as much clear demarcation between the natural sciences and philosophy or philosophy of science as one might think. And even in religion, we were talking at the very beginning of the interview about the resurrection. The case for the resurrection is based on historical evidence, and it uses the same method of reasoning, namely inference to the best explanation. The apologetic case for the resurrection uses the same method of reasoning that Darwin used in The Origin of Species, the method of inference to the best explanation, trying to explain what caused a particular fact or set of facts to arise in history. So it's a form of a strict demarcation. I think it's easier to demarcate different types of scientific reasoning and different types of philosophical reasoning than to give one clear-cut science versus philosophy sort of demarcation. But I write about that a fair bit in the end of Signature in the Cell, and I give a more complete account of this problem of definition. The key thing, though, is not how do you define an argument or how do you define a truth claim, but whether or not the truth claim is true or false. Is the argument valid or sound? So the case for it doesn't so much matter whether the case for intelligent design is science or philosophy or a combination of the two or historical science. What's of most concern is whether or not it's true. Does the evidence support the claim based on our knowledge of cause and effect and so forth?
Wow.
Sorry,
you're amazing.
That wasn't very
Steve.
succinct.
No. You're amazing.
You are too.
Just
These
amazing.
are great questions.
Okay. So, what would you like to talk about, Dimitar?
So, can you ask Mike to come?
Yeah, Mike, if you want to come in, you have the link. Feel free to come in as well.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
so
I will try.
I'm just sending him email. So I was kind of more ready 2 hours ago, but now I probably won't have too much time.
No
So
problem.
yeah,
You can leave whenever you want. We can continue tomorrow, whatever is fine with you.
yeah, maybe tomorrow. So what is the time for you now?
For me, it's 5:30 p.m.
So it is obviously you're just 1 hour off me. With in me is just right now is 4:30.
Okay.
So most likely something like so your 3 o'clock, for example, something like that. Your 3 o'clock will be very nice. So we can chat a little bit right now, but I'm waiting. My wife will come very soon, so and we have to do something else. So I won't
Okay.
too long for that. See
Mhm.
what kind of wonderful mug I have here. Okay. And shows even you see the evolution here. So, and the cells. So here's the base pairs here, and the DNA. You can see that. It's a biological mug which I bought from Wegmans. It was so it's interesting.
Yeah.
So right now I can tell you a little bit probably because you asked me the last time to watch this video about the prebiotic synthesis. So, and I can go briefly on that if you want.
Mhm.
So,
If you want, I can play it, and whenever you want, I can stop it, and you can give your comments. What do you think?
you can play it.
Okay.
You can play it.
Just a quick moment, please.
So, can we just schedule tomorrow directly? Your 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So it will be mine around 2 o'clock probably.
Yeah, that's okay.
So, and you can send the email to Mike as well, and also the other guys as well. So, here's Mike.
Hey, okay, guys, here's the deal. Those joint emails, just schedule something, so we can do this like at a time, if when we're all available. So
Yeah, so Mike, that's exactly what I was talking with Otangelo.
yeah, so what time tomorrow would work?
Yeah, so I don't have too much time right now. I was more ready 2 hours ago, but now I have different things to do.
Yeah.
So and at the
Me too.
moment, in my right now it's 4:30 here in my area. Otangelo is 5:30. So maybe tomorrow will be much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when are you available tomorrow, Otangelo?
Yeah, 3 o'clock is fine with me.
3 Central Time?
It's GMT -3.
So
Okay.
your time will be 3 o'clock, my time will be 2 o'clock, and your mic will be I don't know when.
What time is it where you are now, Mike?
3:30 Central.
3:30. So we have 2 hours time difference. So it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow if you want to join.
So it's okay. So what time is it now for you, Otangelo?
5:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, so you're +2 on me. Okay, good. Okay, so 1 o'clock my time. Yeah, that'll be good. And I don't know, Demeter, if you need me. I mean, you handle yourself pretty well. But the things I was talking about this morning were more in the realm of the philosophy of science and methodological naturalism and how ID fits in. And I don't know exactly what the two of you need to talk about, but I don't think I need to be there. I'll be there in chat. I'll be there in spirit.
Absolutely.
Just
And
if you want to participate, that's up to you, Mike. You're welcome. If you
No,
want to
Mike,
come
I mean, see, the things like what is information,
Yep.
how biologically information comes to be, and how could be, how could originate it. So that's important things. And in fact, for origin of life, everything comes in the same place. Information comes, genetic code, and the structural components, all of that comes at the same time, at the same moment. So,
Yeah, I study that a little bit. Basically, what biological information is, and I have my own theories, of course. But that is an interesting. That's an interesting point where we never seem to meet with our minds, basically, between me and Otangelo and me and some others. And it would be interesting to spend a little bit of time defining what information means and what we mean by, like the typical idea about information is that I write down a message and you read it. So there's a writer and a reader. Okay. And in the case of biology, I don't think we have a writer, or we have a reader. Well, we have a different kind of writer and reader, and that is the basic point where we differ, right? Is that correct, Otangelo?
Well, the thing is that genetic information is functional information. It instructs how the sequence of amino acids have to be joined together in order to have a folding, a polymer folding, which then in the end will become a 3D form and gain a specific function which is useful in the cell to perform whatever action is needed.
Okay, that's probably a really good place to start tomorrow.
Yeah, you got it. That was good.
Yeah, that was. You like that?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I guess that's called the pragmatic part. The pragmatics. We have the syntax, we have the semantics, and we have the pragmatics, and that's sort of the pragmatics. That's how the current extended synthesis people are talking about it. So, but that'd be a good spot to start, and we very much differ on how we conceive of how that could happen, right? So there's two of them.
Of course, the origin is of course the next relevant question. Of course, we need first define what we mean by that, and then when we have an agreement and that is elucidated, then we can go to the question of its origin.
Yeah, maybe we can do that. But do you guys want to do more now, or I kind of have to take off?
I just want to discuss with Otangelo just a little bit about the video that he insisted too much last time to look at, and that's it. So that's what we can cover today. Okay,
I'm going to bow out and let you guys talk for a minute, and then, but please, let's be responsible or responsive on those emails. Well, okay, we know now what time it is, right? Okay, so we're set.
Yeah, I was about to give up. Just if Otangelo didn't give me any link, I was,
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna bow out. Let you guys chat. Okay. Nice talking to you both. Nice talking to you, Otangelo.
Okay, nice talking to you, Mike. See you
Otangelo, I
tomorrow.
apologize this morning when Smokey showed up. I went off the rails. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to block that guy because he takes me to places where I don't want to go. So, and you know me, you know me, Demeter. I'm a bit of a hothead.
I know.
You all guys are, and I mean it's human. We are made like that.
Yeah.
We are not just trees. We are emotions as well. But I have always made my position in regards of this very clear. I don't see it as productive. It isn't interesting for the audience to watch name calling calling the other guy a name, and then back and forth, back and forth. It doesn't. We don't learn anything by doing that, and it's just meaningless. And so,
one of the problems you have when you have a YouTube channel is that you will get very few views if you only do science. But if you do that dumpster fire stuff a little bit, you actually get more. But anyway, Smokey and you are two totally different animals, and I need to separate the two. And I'm sorry that I mixed the two of you this morning. I apologize for that. He popped in. I'm going to block the guy. So anyway, see you guys later. Okay.
Okay. Bye. Okay, let me put the video on so we can chat about it afterwards. Just a moment. Just let me know when you want to stop and comment it, okay?
Yep.
That the environment where life emerged was a complex solution of abiogenic organic molecules, either in the primitive ocean of some warm little pond, including amino acids and sugars. In other words, all the monomers required for the synthesis of biopolymers. In a letter to his friend G.D. Hooker, Darwin wrote in 1871, "But if, and oh, what big if, we could conceive in some warm little pond with all sorts of ammonia and phosphoric salts, light, heat, electricity, etc. present, and the protein compound was chemically formed, ready to undergo still more complex changes." The best known theory is the spontaneous generation, in other words, abiogenesis, by a prebiotic soup, a theory hypothesized by Oparin in 1924. In this theory, organic compounds were created in a reductive atmosphere from the action of sunlight and lightning. It was claimed that the atmosphere was primarily anoxic, consistent of ammonia, methane, carbon dioxide, and water vapor. The compounds were then dissolved in the primitive ocean, concentrated, and underwent polymerization until they formed coacervate droplets. The hypothesis was an enormous success, first of all among the adherents of neo-Darwinism. The droplets, supposedly grew by fusion with other droplets, were split into daughter droplets by the action of tidal waves and developed the ability to catalyze their own replication, which eventually led to the emergence of life. According to the scientific narrative, it is hypothesized that amino acids emerged on early Earth between 3.5 and 4 billion years ago through chemical evolution by chemical synthesis, or better, chemical lucky accidents. Scientists now recognize 22 amino acids as the building blocks of proteins, the 20 common ones, and two more, selenocysteine and pyrrolysine. An amino acid has a backbone that is held together by a single carbon atom. The side chain is a combination of atoms that is different for every amino acid. The problem of getting nitrogen to make amino acids and DNA on early Earth. As implied by the word
okay,
amine,
let's stop now.
the essential key atom in amino acid.
Yeah, so we can stop now. Meaning, obviously, up to here was kind of
introduction.
Yeah, introduction with some sort of historical perspective. obviously was, and you understand that was a very simple introduction.
Yeah, of course it was short because
Yeah.
I didn't want to extend too much into the
Yeah,
subject.
I mean,
So
it is also understandable why it's very simple, because he wanna move to
Yeah.
the next point.
yeah,
But let's give you a little bit. Introduction. What is the modern, more modern view and concept? Oparin, of course, he is one of pioneers, but back in 1920s, so this is between the First and Second World War. First of all, hasn't been any understanding exactly. I mean, the protein actually was, I think, was new what the protein is, but there was no even clue how the information is stored, what the information is. And he's Oparin is kind of the pioneer of metabolism first hypothesis. And what Oparin realized that the first organism must be heterotroph, not autotroph. Before Oparin, there was some sort of view that because autotrophic organisms do not need anything more than just light and water to build, and carbon dioxide and those kinds of things. Plants, cyanobacteria, all of that. So it was kind of seems to be too easy to think that the first organism it should be autotroph. But Oparin actually, during that time, he tried, and that's one of his actually breakthrough, which is absolutely valid today. He realized that all the autotrophic organisms actually are much more complicated than the heterotrophic organisms. So, and based on those kinds of thinking, he said, okay, so the first organism must be heterotrophic organism, just taking from the surrounding environment whatever it's need. That was one of the breakthrough. And the second thing, he kind of postulated the idea that first you have to have some sort of accumulation of prebiotic synthesis of something before actually life to be formed. And of course, the idea for co-observating theory is his theory, but that's not. So there is a modifications of those kinds of things today. So if you look the most, let me say, modern variant of prebiotic co-observats could be found. If you look, name is Bruce Damer. I think that's what his name is. He's considered himself now some sort of the guru of origin of life, although I don't think so. But he's talking about the lipid biolayers, lipid vesicles. You must have some sort of compartmentalization. So, and there is a conditions for that as well. Now, that's kind of the modern reflection of Oparin's view today. He mentioned probably Oparin because he's the first that is using prebiotic soup as a terminal, prebiotic milieu. I don't know how exactly is the correct pronunciation.
I don't know either. I'm not English native, so in many names I pronounce them wrongly. So we are in the same boat, Dimitar.
So, and that kind of stuck.
Actually, just wondering, what is your nationality?
I'm from Bulgaria.
Okay.
Do you know where Bulgaria is?
Of course, I'm Swiss, so
Yeah. So you're from Italy or
I
from?
have a double nationality. I've been born and grew up in Switzerland from Italian parents.
God. Go back in Switzerland. What are you doing here?
What I'm doing in Brazil.
What are you doing? If I was from Switzerland, I'll go directly back there. So
Yeah.
it's much better to be there than here.
Well, yeah, it's hard to evaluate what is better, but anyway,
Yeah.
it's difficult. I have everything here in Brazil, so my business, my family, and so on. To leave everything and go back to Switzerland would not be so easy. So
Yep. So that's what is the second thing I want to tell you, that whoever was thinking for origin of life before 1970s was kind of just speculations, because after 1970s, when the central dogma was actually discovered of the transition of the information, and actually the central dogma from is the molecular biology. So molecular biology is the central dogma, how the information is transferred from DNA to RNA and protein, and from RNA to RNA, and so on. All of that is uh, central dogma. So before knowing about central dogma, we cannot even ask ourselves what needs to be originated in order to origin of life happen.
mhm.
So you cannot even ask that question. So everything before 70s, 1970s, forget it. So uh, that's pretty much what I wanted to tell you for this introduction of the movie. So let's keep going.
Okay.
Any comment actually, and anything to say about?
No, I have not so much read about the history of abiogenesis research. So whatever you elucidate and explain is interesting.
Yeah, I mean this area. It's when I someday when I retire, someday maybe 15 years from now, or I don't know when, I might sit down and write a book about history of that, which will be very much more interesting actually. I like history.
Okay,
I like history
okay,
a lot.
okay. Let's keep watching.
Composition is nitrogen, which is included in all enzymes and genes. The ultimate source of nitrogen for the biosynthesis of amino acids is abundant atmospheric nitrogen, a remarkably inert molecule. Thus, a fundamental problem for biological systems is to obtain nitrogen in a more usable form. This problem is solved by certain microorganisms capable of reducing the inert N triple bond molecule of nitrogen gas to two molecules of ammonia in one of the most amazing reactions in biochemistry. This bond is extremely difficult to break because the three chemical bonds need to be separated and bonded to different compounds. Nitrogenase, a veritable molecular sledgehammer, belongs to the only family of enzymes capable of breaking this bond, carrying out nitrogen fixation. But on early Earth, biosynthesis of fixed nitrogen was not available. For the origin of life, an abiotic source of biochemically accessible nitrogen, especially reduced nitrogen, is necessary. There are proposals, for example, UV-driven chemistry, which is constructive for synthesizing and activating nucleotides and amino acids, but is destructive for more complex organic systems, such as, for example, DNA strands. The problem of getting all amino acids used in life by origin of life experiments. In 1953,
Okay, stop it
Stanley
here.
Milgram,
So
a PhD student
Let's
at the
go.
University of
okay, so one friend So I'll tell you something that you should know forever. So the definition of propaganda, and that was given to me from my friend from Russia, actually. And he gave me the definition of propaganda. So the definition of propaganda is very simple. It's called truth, 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 lie. It's just remember it. This is the definition of propaganda. So you can bring a lots of absolutely fabulous, important, and true, real biology facts. I mean, the enzyme that is doing nitrogen fixation, all of the bean family, you know the bean family of the plants, they exist in symbiotic conditions with bacteria which fixate for atmospheric nitrogen and fixate and became available for the synthesis of the bean plants. So even I have example my garden, my bean, when I put my beans there, they started initially to grow and suddenly they stopped, and I was waiting to continue, and they just stopped. They didn't want to grow at all, and that continued for 2 months approximately. I was shocked. I initially I was kind of very puzzled, and even I bought a new soil. I wanted to replant it back in something better, like some better soil. But those plants shouldn't be so much dependent. I mean, they should grow anyway. And suddenly, after 2 months of complete waiting, nothing has developed. Just not there was no growing at all. 2 months. Suddenly, those plants are starting like skyrocketing to grow. So, I mean, it is obvious. So the plants was just waiting until they developed the bacteria, those nitrogen fixation bacteria and the root system.
I think rhizobia, they call it, right?
I don't remember. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it sounds familiar. Yeah. And then you see, I mean, now it's very big plant. So, but that was kind of reminding myself that, you know, you have to remember what.
Yes, as far as I know, the two methods by which nitrogen is fixed, it's by cyanobacteria and by these rhizobia bacteria, which form symbiosis with plants in the roots of the plant.
So this is just keep in mind that evolution usually. So we usually used to say that the evolution goes by surviving the most fitted, those that the strongest one, and so on. Actually, the evolution is the surviving of those that will continue to give their genes to the next generations.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time, that's happened by cooperation, mutualism. So that's why you have, I mean, the mitochondria is a very early example of those, and the chloroplast as well. So this is a mutually existing forms, which they initially was separate organisms, which they merged together at some period of time and became mutually dependent each other.
Yes, I very much object to the endosymbiotic theory for several reasons. I have an article on that at my library, and if you're interested in that, I can send it to you through email. Actually, I can find it now, and I can put it in the chat so anyone can have a read of it. And
so, but let's move on in terms of, I want to just go and finish with the movie, because anyway, so I have to finish relatively early today. But
don't worry, if we don't finish, I don't think we will finish today. We will finish another time, and then
So my point
I'll
was
put it
about,
also in the private chat, the link, and then
yeah.
you can give a look as well.
Oh,
So
I see.
shall I continue?
So let's not with the well. So I wanna. I mean, that was the important point. So here it's so he wanna point in the video, this guy, because it's indeed. I mean, the nitrogen, two nitrogen atoms bond with three links, three covalent bonds. It's a very strong connection.
Yes.
It is very difficult also to be break, but
But it is very. Let me just stop you quickly. In 2016, Science magazine, they came out with a science paper attempting to define what the last universal common ancestor was. I did find it a month or two ago, that paper, and surprisingly, they include nitrogenase enzymes as one of the enzymes making up the last universal common ancestor, and claim that it had to emerge when life started. And I think this is a pretty remarkable claim, because you probably know how complex nitrogenase enzymes are, and how they could have emerged prebiotically without evolution is, in my understanding, a big enigma, because they have three cofactors. One is with molybdenum, is one of the most complex cofactors used in life, and the energy supply is also complex, and the ATP has to be recharged by separate genes to supply the energy. So it is a very complex enzyme, and I think they propose it because they have not found alternative prebiotic explanations of how ammonia could have gotten available prebiotically. So I think they just said, well, then let's put in a nitrogenase as one of the enzymes used in the origin of life. I don't know, but I mean, just based on the complexity, to hypothesize that enzyme was making part of LUCA, that is a very courageous claim, in my understanding. What do you think?
yeah, it's very courageous, and I don't think it's correct. Because by definition, LUCA cannot have this enzyme. Simply as that. So whoever is adding this particular enzyme there, it's wrong. And I can tell you why it's wrong. Because extrapolation of LUCA comes from all the genes which are same genes for all the kingdoms and all domains in the world.
Yeah.
So, and this is approximately, and I have another paper, of course, which is describing LUCA very well. And actually, in my paper, you can see at the end, there is a very useful links and references in my paper. And specifically at the end of the paper, this is the second paper from 2020. It is described, if you go to this reference, they're describing LUCA in variety of form. First of all, we don't know exactly what and how. There is a very good, I mean, probably very nice guesses, but the main idea of LUCA is that it possesses all the genes which is specific for all kingdoms and all domains of life.
Yeah.
This is approximately 300 genes.
How many?
300 genes.
Okay, the paper is The Physiology and Habitat of the Last Universal Common Ancestor. It's from Nature magazine.
So it is approximately between, okay, let's say between 300 and maybe 500 genes, but this is the best you can guess at the moment for the LUCA. And this is mostly genes which are the genes for translation, genes for replication, genes for metabolism, and all of the so catabolic and anabolic processes of amino acid sugars and those kinds of things. This is about Luca.
Yeah, I'm putting here the paper from Nature magazine. And what is remarkable in my understanding, Dimitar, is that they claim that the amino acids they were obtained by the environment, and I don't know how they warrant that claim by the simple fact that we don't know how the 20 amino acids used in life could have been available prebiotically because they have never been synthesized in the lab. At least 8 of those have never been synthesized in the lab,
Okay,
at least
just
as I know.
yeah. So that is coming in the video, but let me first finish with the nitrogen and the nitrogen fixation to ammonia, for example, or some cyanides or just derivates from ammonia. So the nitrogen, although it's very difficult to be fixed, uh, it is quite possible to be fixed. So there is a very it's a harsh conditions. It's a harsh conditions, and you
Was
can
there lightning at prebiotic Earth?
yeah, in a prebiotic earth you can find the conditions where the nitrogen could be fixed. So it's not excluding possibility to have a relatively good amount of nitrogen. Heat plus water, heat plus water energy could do the actual fixation, a nitrogen fixation. I still remember. I still remember from my biological classes in high school. I still remember that moment where my teacher told me that the second way, the second way to have nitrogen in the soil available for the plants, except of course the bacteria, azote fixation bacteria, was the lightnings.
Yeah.
And I was surprised. I mean, not surprised. I was kid during that time, but I still remember that fact because as many the lightnings you have in the contact with the nitrogen, you are actually reducing. I mean, you fixation the nitrogen,
Yes, yes.
and so they and you for sure have much more lightnings in the prebiotic earth. That's for sure. Not to mention the heat sources, there is quite a lot. And in contact, the atmospheric nitrogen in contact with evaporated water, um, it could do it. So basically, what he wanna use this movie is just to speculate because something is very difficult now. Uh, could be almost impossible to be available in prebiotic world, which, by the way, it's simply a wrong claim. So you cannot say that. There is no way to say, okay, there was no conditions in the prebiotic world. There's nitrogen cannot be fixed. That simply cannot be true. Just simply because you have lots of energy sources in a very violent world during that time.
Yeah,
So,
I have started this subject. I have
so
put you the link in the private chat and as well disposed it to the chat for everyone to have a look. And it is an interesting subject, yes.
yeah. So let's go to continue with the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to go to the bathroom for a second.
Okay. I will stop the video.
You can go to the video where about the amino acids.
They ran water,
Okay, just put quickly here from the article which I linked to.
Yeah, you
They
can.
wrote, Averson first suggested that the lifetime of ammonia would be short because of its photochemical dissociation, and we find that in the initial NH3 mixing ratio was 10 to the fourth, then only 40 years, and NH3 would have been destroyed through photolysis. If the mixing ratio were 10 to the fifth, then the lifetime was less than 10 years.
So what is the point here? I don't understand.
It would probably not have been available for life, for usable
No,
for life. You know?
I thought we covered that. So
Okay. Okay.
I told you it is possible to be available. It's completely feasible. I mean, you have lots of sources of energy, and it's very well described reactions, at least 300 degrees Celsius. Plus, by the way, you need some sort of catalysis, could be, and the catalysis could happen. It's just metal ions, metal. The metal. It's catalyzing this process. Silicium and so on. It is described process of nitrogen fixation. So it is possible.
Okay, I'll move on.
methane, ammonia, and hydrogen in a sealed flask with a pair of electrodes to produce a spark. And from those simple building blocks, discovered that more complex compounds, such as amino acids, were spontaneously produced. Various biological chemicals were found. Glycine, the simplest amino acid, plus one of two other chemicals of interest. After Miller's death in 2007, the so-called volcano in the bottle experiment was performed, and in total 22 amino acids were identified. And the Secular Humanist Society heralded that all 20 of the amino acids found in proteins, plus a few others, were produced. The reanalysis found indeed 22 amino acids and 5 amines in the vials, but 8 of the proteinogenic amino acids, that is the ones used in living systems, were never produced in none of the experiments. As the building blocks of proteins, amino acids are linked to almost every life process, and as such, essential for life. Amino acids have several functions. The primary function is to act as the monomer unit in protein synthesis. The problem of selecting 20 amino acids prebiotically out of hundreds supposedly existing on early Earth. In order to have the amino acids used in life, the
Okay,
20
I
right ones
understand. Let's stop here.
500 that could naturally on Earth.
Yeah. So as I mentioned before, specifically for the amino acids, as you know, are very easy to be produced in probiotic systems. Of course, not all of it. Now, there is no doubt that you can have amino acids. And let me share my, I will share my screen to show you. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, can you see this particular table? Yeah. So this table represents the most likely prebiotic amino acids that you can have. Why? Because from 2008 here, so if you go in a in the reference 17 from this paper, this is my paper from 2020. So De Santana and co-authors, reference 17. If you want me, I can pull it down to pick it up. 17. This is one of the best. Here we go. So, okay, I want to just copy. No, just I will copy. Yeah. So I'll copy it. And I will put it in the chat here. Paste. Send it. Here we go. So I'll go back to up here. Okay. So based on this, so what this guy did, that was a study. Actually, the review. This is a review paper which is summarizing all the experiments up to 2008. And he tried to analyze the experiment by a variety of sources, a variety of energy sources, in endogenous and exogenous sources. And this is approximately maybe 50 or 70 experiments in variety of conditions as well. And it is logical. For example, if you don't have sulfur,
Just a moment, Dimitar. I have to attend a person. 2 minutes, please, okay? Okay, I'm sorry for letting you wait. I'm back.
That's okay. So we have to speed up a little bit, but it's okay. So this particular paper makes a very good analysis of all experiments, and this is the conditions, the actual findings, the mass spec data, everything what is there. So, and finally, the guys make some sort of conclusion what could be expected. And you can see, for example, here in A, this is the amino acids with endogenous Earth source. And in B, exogenous possible.
Can you explain to the public what endogenous means? Because not everyone is familiar with
endogenous
terms.
mean from the planet Earth, whatever could be created in the conditions of planet Earth. Exogenous mean those that can come from meteorites.
Yeah.
Meteorites, comets, and those bombarding. So you can see the reality here. I mean, much more close to the reality picture. For example, if you see exogenous, the B, there is just a few amino acids.
So, Dimitar, can you confirm if my information, I can be maybe not up to date. What I have read is that 8 of the 20 amino acids have never been synthesized in these prebiotic lab experiments. Is that correct?
Just some was not, probably tryptophan, phenylalanine. I'm not quite sure which one, but they are not more than 2 or 3 amino acids, which are almost missing in all experiments. But that doesn't mean anything. So in A, you can see here in A, you see a kind of very much many amino acids. So I can count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 amino acids. So those 16 amino acids are probable, highly probable, almost certainly are presented in prebiotic conditions. Also, you can see based on this table, which is summary. Here in this table, I just put the biological protein type of amino acids. You can see also there is a very high difference about in the abundance of the amino acids. So the most abundant amino acids in prebiotic conditions are, and for sure should be, glycine and alanine. This is the most simple amino acids. And everything else goes in a, for example, 10 times less, 2 times less, 10 times less, even 100 times less. But they still will be available. So this is more.
So the less abundant are the ones here down. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Exactly.
These are very rare. Let's say that.
It's a less abundant, and you have a number even about the abundance. So about 100 times less. Could be 100, could be 50 times, something like that.
Yeah.
So you have a variety. First of all, you have presence of amino acids, and they are present in different abundance, and that makes perfect sense. Some of the amino acids are very low abundant. Some are much more like glycine and alanine. So mostly, if you look and if you grab some water source from prebiotic earth, you will see mostly glycine and alanine, and a little bit isoleucine and valine. But all of those will be there. So it's quite possible to be there, including aspargine and including arginine as well. So there is also one 2020 review from John Sutherland and Dimitar Saselov. It came review about the prebiotic synthesis, and they very well described probability and possibility. It depends on the oxidation level of prebiotic synthesis. It's a brand new review. Of course, it's a summary of what is known so far, but this is what it is. So by this criteria, this is the real scientific knowledge as we are talking with, what the professional are describing. So the video that you showed me, it's kind of cut just a specific one or two experiments or few experiments, which, yes, indeed, in some experiments, of course, in some conditions, you may not find everything, but this is too intentional. In a purpose, you do that. You don't show, you don't present something as I presenting here. This is a summary, a huge summary. Everything that it's known until 2008. So you cannot, this is, my point is, it is highly intentional presentation in the movie to show just one side of the story, but don't show the entire story.
No, I've shown what the information that I had at the moment I made the video. That's precisely why I asked you, in order to have a more up-to-date information in regards of this information.
This is the most up-to-date information.
So I have no interest whatsoever, Dimitar, to make up a difficulty which is not there just to make a case. That's by no means my intention.
Yeah, so this is actually what is more close to the reality. Of course, if you ask me, is this exactly what was? No, I don't know. I mean, nobody knows. But this is what the actual experiments for. This is experiments, Miller-like experiments, and there are hundreds of those experiments. So, so let's keep going. So let's keep going with the video.
Okay.
I will stop my sharing, of course. Yeah, I forgot to stop my sharing.
Okay. Why did life select just 20 amino acids when 500 occurred naturally on the Hadean Earth? That is, of course, an invalid, nonsensical question, since the selection of the right 20 amino acids is a prerequisite for life to start. But also the claim that the 20 used in life were selected the most 500 naturally occurring amino acids is misleading. As mentioned previously, 8 of the 20 amino acids used in life have never been produced in any laboratory experiment and aren't either encountered on the Earth naturally and neither on meteorites. The problem of concentrating the amino acids used in life at one assembly site. Polymer formation in aqueous environments would most likely have been necessary on early Earth because water would have been in the reservoir of amino acid precursors needed for protein synthesis. The desired reagents would be extremely dilute in the ocean, and there was no mechanism in existence to concentrate amino acids to one place to start polymerization reactions. But then, even if that hurdle would be overcome, the next problem arises. Careful experiments done in an aqueous solution with very high concentrations of amino acids demonstrated the impossibility of significant polymerization, that is, the production of proteins in this environment. But even worse than that, amino acids tend to fall apart in water, not join. Even if there were billions of simultaneous trials in the billions of building block molecules interacted in the oceans, or on the thousands of kilometers of shorelines that could provide catalytic surfaces or templates, even if, as is claimed, there was no oxygen in the prebiotic Earth, then there would be no protection from UV light, which would destroy and disintegrate prebiotic organic compounds. A common argument is that amino acids would have been generated in hydrothermal vents deep in the ocean, far from sunlight. Hydrothermal vents could have been the primordial hatcheries of life. But then, Stanley Miller gave a clear answer.
submarine vents don't make organic compounds, they decompose them. The problem of understanding why life uses 20 amino acids and not more or less. Another relevant question is, why are these 20, in some cases 22 amino acids used in life and not another set? Why 20 and not 10 or 30? And why those particular 20? Forming soluble, stable protein structures with close-packed cores are essential to stabilize proteins and to form a rigid structure with well-defined binding sites. And that requires the variety of amino acids used in life. A selection of different hydrophobic amino acids permit more options to build a closed protein core and a pocket fit to permit the performance of a variety of enzymatic reactions. On the other hand, proteins required on the surface, for example, of cell membranes, require straight chains and polar like arginine and glumatic acid. Scientists have found that the set that is used by biology has a number of surprisingly non-random properties that stand out very clearly. The paper, Frozen but No Accident, Why the 20 Standard Amino Acids Were Selected, concluded remarkably, we find that there are excellent reasons for the selection of every amino acid. Rather than being a frozen accident, the set of amino acids selected appears to be near ideal. Another paper of Nature magazine, Extraordinarily Adaptive Properties of the Genetically Encoded Amino Acids, reported in 2015. We drew 100 million random sets of 20 amino acids from a library of 1900 structures and compared their coverage of three chemical properties: size, charge, and hydrophobicity to the standard amino acid alphabet. We measured how often the random sets demonstrated better coverage of chemistry space in one or more, two or more, or all three properties. In doing so, we found that better sets were extremely rare. In fact, when examining all three properties simultaneously, we detected only 6 sets with better coverage out of the 100 million possibilities tested. That's quite striking. Out of 100 million different sets of 20 amino acids that were measured, only 6 are better able to explore chemistry space than the 20 amino acids that life uses. That suggests that life's set of amino acids is finely tuned to 1 part in 16 million. The problem there is that molecules and an arrangement of correctly selected variety of amino acids would bear no function until life began. Only a conscient intelligent agent with foresight and reasoning could select for specific distant purposeful goals. Random unguided events produce only chaotic structures. Science is absolutely clueless about how the optimal set could have emerged prebiotically and without the guiding hand. The problem of homochirality.
Okay,
Most molecules of life are homochiral.
Okay.
That is, they
So this paper, actually 2015 paper, I actually cited it in my 2020 paper. You can find the same paper as a reference. And the idea of the paper, it's not exactly as they said. So, and as it was presented in the movie. Of course, he used a huge library to look the function, but the conclusion is that he found the best fitted, and even some of not natural amino acids, I mean not natural, not biological amino acids, even could be better fitted than the other one. But final conclusion of this particular paper was that overall speaking, the 20 of amino acids cover the spectrum of chemical interactions that is needed. That's why it's
Correct.
not selected. Now,
Yes, that is what I say in the video.
here we have 2 misleading moments from the movie. First, the misleading moment, as I explained, was the abundance and the presence of the amino acids into the prebiotic conditions. And first of all, you do not need, I mean, again, I will ask by what model. You don't need all of the 20 amino acids to trigger life interactions, to trigger life. You even my colleague Higgs, which is living in Canada, in Hamilton, Canada, he first proposed the 10 amino acids early and 10 late amino acids as a possible scenario of the uh, assignment of the amino acids. So according to his hypothesis, the first 10 amino acids that was available was the most abundant amino acids, and those amino acids are actually those that build up the first structure of life. The second 10 amino acids was those that has been synthesized by metabolically by the new formed life. So in fact, I don't think this is the correct hypothesis. Even that sounds
You mean the one proposed by your colleague or what I said in the video?
both. I mean, so it is not exactly like that. So every amino acids to be signed come in a particular moment during the evolution. First, the very first
Was there evolution prebiotically? Was there chemical evolution? And if so,
biological evolution. Once the life began, it starts
so
with
you would propose that the first life form didn't have the 20 amino acids, but less?
much less. So if you remember last time when we talked yesterday or day after, I don't remember, but it was day after yesterday, I explained to you that you do not need more than 2 or 3 or maybe 4 amino acids and not more to form a complex capable of Darwinian evolution.
Well, the question is, of course, would only 3 or 4 amino acids be able to form all the variety of enzymes and proteins which would be required to have the first life form? That would be, of course, the first question. But then the other question is, whenever you add one amino acid, you need also to add the aminoacyl tRNA synthetases, also the tRNA, and then you need, of course, also to have the genomic instruction adequated to instruct the expression of proteins just with these 3 or 4 amino acids.
Yeah,
So you would need an entire set of molecules adapted to express only these 4 amino acids.
Yeah, I got your question right now. Just give me 1 second because someone is asking me something. Just 1 second.
Mhm. I'm right back to, I have to check my guest which arrived, and I'll be back in 5 minutes as well. I'll put just the video until then, okay? Crick, Watson, and Wilkins shared the 1962 Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine, Franklin having died of cancer in 1958. four major classes of organic molecules are found in living cells. All forms of life have organic molecules and macromolecules that fall into these four broad categories based on their chemical and biological properties: carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, and nucleic acids. Nucleotides are essential to cellular metabolism, and nucleic acids are the molecules of genetic information storage and expression. General description of the structure of the RNA and DNA molecule. DNA is the molecule of life, which contains the blueprint or instructions to make, for example, proteins that perform most life functions. Nucleotides are building blocks for DNA and RNA. The two classes of nucleic acids are deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, and ribonucleic acid, RNA. DNA molecules store genetic information coded in the sequence of their building blocks. DNA can be considered as a modified form of RNA since the ribose sugar in RNA is transformed into deoxyribose in DNA at the 5' position. Uracil base is methylated into thymidine. The structural difference between these sugars is that ribonucleic acid contains a hydroxyl group, whereas deoxyribonucleic acid contains only a hydrogen atom in the place of this hydroxyl group. Nucleotides which contain deoxyribonucleic acid are known as deoxyribonucleotides.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, approximately after 20 minutes, we should we should stop. Now, see, the way of thinking usually, uh, when you're a scientist and you wanna be to think as a scientist, you should avoid biased thinking.
Yes, yes,
So,
of course.
uh,
We
and this,
should
yeah. So what I'm trying to say here, don't try to put a model first and then try to build up the model and try to. So, for example, because of according to someone's model, something will not happen. That doesn't mean immediately that there is no solution to that. So let me explain you about the assignment of the amino acids. Uh, Probably I have to share the screen now. Okay, let's share the screen. And okay, so I'm sharing the screen.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay. Okay. I don't see you, but
Just a moment.
it is okay. Yeah, now.
Okay.
Okay. So we saw about the amino acid abundance. I'm scrolling down here. Okay. So I cannot go in everything that it's here, but usually based on many so based on many clues. So you have several clues. The paper says that if you take the codons and just arrange these codons from GC-rich codons to AU-rich codons, you will find something like a relative, I'm saying not absolute, but relative chronological assignment of the amino acids. Now, it is totally not true to say that you need all the amino acids in order to form a life complex. And now you ask me about how the complication, how the things are going complicated after that, based on a Darwinian evolution. Usually, if you establish Darwinian evolution at the beginning, now you create opportunity where you can make more complicated forms. And here is the all amino acids with the codons, amino acids with the codons arranged from GC to AU rich codons. And you can see that there is a relatively three section of amino acids. The GC rich section is the very first amino acids, according to my hypothesis, which are assigned as a genetic code in the genetic code. And the AU rich amino acids are the last one that has been assigned evolutionary. Now let's scroll a little bit down. I'm here I'm describing, okay, here's important moment. When you describe the GC group amino acids, which are glycine, alanine, arginine, and proline, those four amino acids are highly GC rich. When you describe, you can find exactly why in this hypothesis those four amino acids actually are assigned for the first life. So there is a reason why some amino acids could be recruited in the life complex. And here is the description of GC group, and there is a description of middle group and description of AU group, and everywhere you can see reasons why something is like that, why it's early, why it's late. I don't have time right now to go. Also, this is very interesting finding of the paper, and I am very proud of this particular finding. It's a new discovery. If you see here, this is the same picture as before, from GC rich to AU rich. But if you overlay the amino acid synthetases by class, there are two classes, class 1 and class 2 amino acid synthetases, you see very clear a zonal distribution of the amino acid synthetases, starting with arginine, which is carried by class 1, only one. After that, continue only with class 2. After that, continue with class 1. And after that, both. So you have a very good zonal distribution, which, what does it mean? That means you have a very clear cost-effect dependence of the assignment of this particular codons together with the amino acid synthetases.
But you know, Dimitri, the problem that I have with all that scenario is that, first of all, molecules, they on a prebiotic Earth, they had no urge to make assignments of codons to amino acids. Secondly, you need a whole entire system to make the whole trajectory possible from transcription to translation. And translation, you require several macromolecules. You need the ribosome, you need the tRNAs, you need the amino acid tRNA synthetases. You need all this stuff to interact together to have polymerization of amino acids. And each of these protein complexes, to synthesize them, especially the ribosome, you know that, is extremely complex. To make the ribosome, you need scaffold proteins, you need chaperones, you need cofactors,
you need the right sequence to bring the ribozymes and the proteins of the ribosome together to start interacting. And I cannot visualize and imagine how you can get to that in a stepwise evolutionary fashion, as you mentioned, Darwinian evolution. And in special, these proteins by themselves, they have no function unless you have everything together working in a joint venture together. So it doesn't matter if you have a starting point with 10 amino acids or with 4, which you suggested before, or whatever. Even if you start with 4 amino acids, how do you start that relationship of information bearing molecules, the nucleotides, and then how do you make the bridge of the machinery to transcribe and translate it, and then how do you bring all that together in a functional relationship if there was no guidance?
Okay, but why you are so? Whatever you just said, it seems that I never told you before anything. Did
I'm asking you because
did I describe you yesterday? I mean, the last time, did I describe you how actually you have primitive translation to occur?
yeah, you made some kind of relationship of nucleotides joining to amino acids and so forth. But I am asking you this because in your description, this didn't come out in a manner which I was actually able to understand functionally how that could occur, and a narrative logically follows to have functional proteins at the end, which then lead to a first emergence of life. I
Okay,
mean,
let's go step by step, and I'll be trying slowly but surely to describe you exactly what is the idea. So you do not need of complicated forms in order to have primitive translation. Don't forget, you are working with wrong model by saying you cannot do that, you cannot do that. That's not the truth. You can do it, but with different models. And the model is simple and very clear. So this is the picture, figure 3, which is a 2020 picture of the same picture that I showed you last time, which happened to be figure 3 as well. And here you can see very clearly how the Darwinian evolution starts to form. And this is the form how the primitive translation happened. I said translation. By saying primitive translation mean that you have interaction in a way that have a specificity between one amino acid and the specific sequence of the RNA. This is a very primitive form of translation, and this is the beauty of this hypothesis because it's extremely simple. I know very well that when you see this picture, you don't see like a functional ribosome. But I will try to explain. We do not. So once you have Darwinian evolution, once you have the primitive translation, you start to complicate things. You make it more complex. There are lots of papers.
so Peter, let me ask you this. Why would primitive molecules even start to do what you describe here?
Exactly, that's what I'm describing here. So listen, just stay and listen. You remember yesterday when I talked about formation of hybridization dependent peptides? You remember that?
I didn't understand. Can you repeat, please?
Yesterday when I described you hybridization peptides, how
yes, hybridization. Yes, yes. Okay.
So this is here in this particular figure. It's a stage 4, the very right one on the right. So here in the stage 4, you have pretty much.
That's to answer to Mike. Mike, I understood what Dimitar is saying, but my question is not that I didn't understand his concept. I don't understand how you go from such a primitive form to the way it is performed in modern cells. But go ahead, Dimitar, please.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to explain. Here on the number 1, position, you have a bridge peptide. The bridge peptide have from one side arginine and the other side is a aspargine. Now arginine interacts with GC-rich, and you see that on the 2, on the section 2, you see these errors there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very important. This is the moment. This is the magic where this error happens. So from one side, arginine interacts with this RNA. From another side, you have positive to negative interactions with aspargine, which is part of the bridge peptide, and free arginine. And see, from left side, you can see the electrostatic attraction, but from the right side, you have amino acylation. On the number 2, you have a specific interaction between RNA and specific amino acid. Now, I can say this is not absolutely specific. This is just improving the probability to happen specific. So, but this is quite enough to trigger Darwinian evolution. And right now, I'll show you the next steps. Let me show you probably from the other paper. Okay, so this is one thing, but let me show back to another paper, the first paper. So I'll stop sharing right now. And now you'll see what I'm talking about and how it goes in more complicated. So describing a very first form of primitive translation, it's a good start. And this good start actually shows in general how the things are working later on. We do not know everything in details because this is science. We don't know everything yet. But in general, you can see the logical steps which come from one side to another, meaning you cannot deny that that could happen. So here is what I'm trying to show you. Okay, so this is the logical steps which coming after the moment that I showed you for a few seconds, the bridge peptide moment. At that moment, you have a moment where the Darwinian evolution is triggered. The Darwinian evolution is triggered. Once you trigger the Darwinian evolution, everything goes, and now it's became possible to be more complicated. Here you see non-coded HDP and coded HDP. You can see that?
Yes.
So non-coded HDP and coded HDPs are the moment where the actual bridge peptides start to function and to generate a Darwinian evolution. Now, the proteins, the evolution of proteins goes from a very small peptide to much longer peptide, which can be a motif. After that, you have a long folded peptide. And after that, once you have long folded peptide, and this is very important to understand, the protein evolution doesn't go in a just like having immediate fully functional protein. Initially, everything was very short peptides, but they became more complicated, this very short peptide, and became motifs. a specific motif which is preserved because of the function. Everything here function because
What function?
everything function here because of the resistance to the environment. Simply to say it's surviving. Simply it is stability. Function is stability. As stable as the system, as longer will be there. So
Okay.
formation of genetic code is a result of more stable situation. Once you have a genetic code or codes, you will put the same amino acid more frequently in the correct position. What is correct position? The position that secure better stability. Am I clear?
I don't get why that should be so, Dimitar. I don't understand why molecules would interact in such a specific manner. Why?
Because it's stabilized. You interact in all manners. You have very different interaction.
Is there an urge by molecules to stabilize?
Exactly. As stable is the system, as will longer stay. That doesn't mean there is no another interaction.
What I'm asking, is there an urge by simple molecules to complexify and stabilize the complex state which they reach?
Can you repeat again?
Is there an urge for simple molecules in somehow to complexify and then get in a state of stabilization of that more complex situation?
That's exactly the formation of Darwinian evolution. That's exactly what I showed you. The reason
But my question is there an urge or a necessity of simple atoms or elements or amino acids to go that trajectory?
No, there is no necessity. It's simply the existence. If you have, for example, in the same pot, if you put plastic and metal and heat it, so to some degree, plastic will melt, the metal will not melt at some degree.
I don't say that what you are explaining cannot happen. Just let me please interrupt you here. I am not claiming that I disbelieve that what you are explaining cannot happen. It might be possible that that kind of complexification and stabilization of a more complex state can happen. But the issue here is that at the same time, you have many molecules surrounding which do not need and will not complexify in the manner that you say, and you will not have a kind of a higher organization of that state. It is something like more complex and then maybe nearby less complex, and it will all be in a chaotic manner. There is no direction, there is no goal into becoming more complex in direction to become alive.
Okay, so I will explain and we have to stop here.
Okay.
Now, there is direction and there is only one direction, pure natural. Stabilized form stay longer in environment. If it's more stable form, it will stay longer in environment.
And when it's not so stable, what will happen then?
They will degrade. They will stay whatever is the stable.
So why
the reason
so why is Stephen Benner saying in his paper from 2012 that all that has been observed in the laboratory is destabilization and molecules becoming random asphalts?
I couldn't hear exactly what you're trying to say. Can you repeat back?
can quote you what he said. Just it's not taking time. Oi.
A você.
This
See,
background sound.
just a moment, please. I have to take a phone. apologize.
Okay,
Dimitar.
so
I
a
have to
final
attend the
final
call.
thought. So it is
Yeah,
all it
yeah,
is all
yeah. We have spent 3.5 hours
so
here,
it is all about
nonetheless.
stability. That's it. Whatever it's more stable will stay. Whatever it's not stable will not stay. That's it. The nature does not have intention to make a life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So
I
if you
see that
take,
all the time.
let me say, if you take, for example, jelly, and stone, and put it in a river, jelly and stone, and even if you secure it, the jelly will dissolve very, very fast. The stone will stay.
Hmm.
The nature does not have purpose to preserve the stone.
Yeah.
It's just simply stone is more stable. That's why
Hmm.
it stay there. The same thing is with Darwinian evolution. The Darwinian evolution is just the more stable stage. That's why it survived.
Yeah, I have just difficulty with you bringing up Darwinian evolution in a stage of abiogenesis because, upon my understanding, Darwinian evolution kicks in when DNA replication and self-replication of life starts.
No, that's wrong. That is the old. I'll show you the definition for Darwinian evolution. Just give me 1 second. And that's how we'll finish. Okay, so here is my sharing to share. So here is the definition of Darwinian evolution. Can you read it?
Darwinian evolution is a dynamically stable system where information determines its own supporting structure.
That's it.
Yeah, but there was no information at this stage.
What you say?
There was no information at that stage.
There is information. It's already formed. Otherwise, you will not have Darwinian evolution.
Okay.
So here it's. I'll show you exactly where is the information. Just stop sharing. I'll show you the information. Share the screen. Just give me 1 second. And where is this? Okay. Oh, here. So where's the last one? Just 1 second. Share with that. Here it is. Okay, showing you how the information is in this very initial moment. Okay, so we're going back to this figure. That's why I'm trying to actually put a little bit effort to understand where the information is here.
Mhm.
Arginine by itself is a positively charged amino acid which interacts with not specifically, to some extent, a specificity with GC-rich RNA.
Okay.
And this is proven experimentally fact.
Se você já acaba a live,
Let me see. Okay.
Now, at that moment, you have interaction between bridge peptide, which contains arginine, and GC-rich RNA. The same bridge peptide contains aspargine. and brings to some extent more or less specifically arginine to this particular RNA, which is GC-rich. We have a situation in that case where increase the probability of GC-rich RNA to be interacting with arginine, to be amino acylated with arginine. This is link between the specific RNA and specific amino acid. It's not perfect, but it's good enough with high increased probability because of the bridge peptide system. And in that case, you have a link, specific sequence with specific amino acid. The same situation happened
So
today.
this is a direct chemical reaction. Is that correct?
It
That
is
is a direct.
It is electrostatic. It is electrostatic, hydrophobic, hydrophobic reactions. Those kinds of stuff.
Okay, so it is a direct reaction between the two, between the RNA and the amino acid. Is that correct?
No, it's electrostatic interaction. So
Yeah,
direct.
but
It is
yeah,
direct.
but
It is
yeah,
direct.
it's direct. Okay, so in that case it is direct, but what was the dispute between John Maddox and which Mike so harshly objected is that John Maddox said that there was no direct chemical interaction between the binding point of the anticodon and the amino acid.
I remember.
And here you have a direct interaction, which you say.
No. It is exactly the same situation as in the. So imagine that bridge peptide is your future after evolution development, your future amino acyl synthetase. So, and imagine that this RNA, GC-rich RNA, is your future tRNA. I'm saying it's your future, so it's a proto. It serves as a protoform of tRNA and protoform of amino acyl synthetase as a protein. You have identical situation. You have direct interaction between amino acyl synthetase and tRNA in order to bring specific amino acid with specific tRNA.
Okay.
This is the same thing. So, but it's much magnitude simple.
Yeah, I understood. It's kind of a proto interaction, which then was developed to the current situation. Dimitar, someone in the chat during our talk, he suggested and asked if you would be interested to have a chat with Fazale Rana. Do you know him? Have you heard about him?
No.
Yeah, he is a biochemist and he is a creationist, an older creationist, and he is very focused as well in regards of all these topics that we are talking about, and he's very well known in the creationism and intelligent design community. So since that person asked, I am directing that question if you would eventually be interested to have a conversation with Fazale.
Well, if it's, I don't mind. So if we have a reasonable scientific talk, yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he is well known. You can check him up on YouTube. He has many videos, and he's very well known. He has a long career as a chemist. So I think you would have a nice chat as well.
So, but my point is, okay, so I don't mind to chat
if
I have time.
It has been enlightening to understand where you go with these hypotheses and the trajectory that you try to draw from simple to more complex. I understand. I'm starting to understand your proposals.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, okay, I have to leave now, and see you tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time at my channel, Dimitri. It was a pleasure once again, and see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, is there someone that wants to come in and have a chat? Smokey, do you want to come in and say something about your dispute today with Mike? Or anyone else? Feel free to come in. I have time now.
Angelo, did you think I was saying the stream was a disaster for you?
Yeah, that's what I understood.
No, I was saying I was talking about Speed Stream, where he was trying to damage control about not reading the books. I said it was a disaster for him. That's what I commented in there. You better hide this stream soon, Speed. That's why I commented that this morning, because it was a
Mike is in the chat. Let me ask him if he wants to come in.
Yeah, that was the opposite of what I was communicating. No, I was watching back because I had let it pause because I had to step out and do a few things in the front yard. So I came back and started watching it again. And I was playing it and I saw Speed was still in the chat. And I saw you say, you were talking about Speed, like, oh, we should not have the name calling and stuff like that. And I'm fine addressing that. And I'm fine addressing why Speed has moved to that level in the conversation sphere with me, because it's not like it just gravitated overnight. I had really good interactions with Speed, and then he started to behave really, really dishonestly, and I couldn't possibly continue validating him as just an honest contender.
Smokey,
Sure.
let me stop you right here. I think if one of you both do not give a stop point, then this will go on and on.
Yes.
Do you agree with me?
Yes.
And I asked Mike, and he said, well, it wasn't me that started this whole thing. And it doesn't matter who started it. It matters that it stops, because it is not productive for anyone.
I disagree. May I elaborate?
Well, we talked about it already previously, and you said to me that you see something productive in conducting your dialogue the way you do. And as I said, I respect it. Each one of us has its own style, and basically that's it.
Well, I would just like to tell you why Speed gets what he gets. And because I feel like, what's happening is a lot of times in the community, people like Speed validates this, what he does. He'll say things like, because he's a very, very dishonest man. And this is part of the problem. So he'll say things like, Smokey treats everyone he disagrees with like crap. And so like everyone kind of like just buys into that and runs with it. And there's plenty of people I've had fine and perfect, respectful dialogues with. Why? Because they're honest interlocutors. They're truly inquisitive. They're there for us to learn from each other and what our different perspectives are. The way that Speed has constantly behaved, I mean, the way that he dismisses Dr. Tour, like Speed is presenting himself as some sort of authority on all of these matters, that he's smarter than all of us, and he does these streams where he doesn't make any points, but he just talks about how dumb we all are and how if only we could just, get it the way that he gets it. And he never makes any points, and he's just such an embarrassing man. And so everyone kind of just, and I get it, everyone kind of just responds to him and like, well, Speed, you don't get it. And this isn't true. And you do your thing. And I love your thing, Tangelo. I love watching you. And I love watching you dissect. And I love your style. And I wouldn't want you to change your style for anything in the world. I think it's just fine. And you're doing awesome. And you know when to apply appropriate pressure, I think. So I haven't had any of these like critiques, really for anything that you've been doing. I mean, well, maybe a couple times I think you even could have gone in a little harder with Matt Dillahunty, but that's about as far as I would say, because I think Matt Dillahunty is one of the most dishonest men in the public sphere there is. I can't think of anyone. Maybe T-Jump might be worse, but he's not as well known. But Speed, the way he had a chance to stay on good grounds with me, and he lied about that too. He tells everyone that, well, Smokey was trying to control my channel. And that's not what I was doing. What I said is that, Speed, you had a really bizarre and really poor performance yesterday in that debate with Tony and me. You were very dishonest. You were not operating with any type of rationality. Do not defend that debate. Do not go on your channel and defend that debate. If you do, I'm going to consider you as someone who's not willing to be honest. I'm going to consider you as someone with inferior character, who's not fit to be regarded as a respectful interlocutor. If you go on and try to defend that ridiculous, horrible display you put forward yesterday, we're going to make fun of you for it. And you're not going to be someone we can take seriously as someone to convince. You're just someone for us to make fun of, because you don't want to be taken seriously. You want to just preach your religion.
Smokey, as I said to you previously, I think this kind of critics, it is just being repeated and it's going over for weeks and it's always the same and it doesn't really add up any knowledge to anyone, really.
Oh yeah, it's
It
not for knowledge. I'll agree with you. It's not for knowledge, and that's I
So
guess
why?
maybe that's where we're
So
separated.
Smokey. So Smokey. Let me explain to you what I do in
Right.
that case.
Right.
Okay. You know, I deal with atheists for decades, literally,
Oh
and
yes.
I have guys calling me dishonest and calling me all kind of names
Right.
all the time.
Right.
You know, and when I see that it comes to this, then I know I have no chance whatsoever to reach out to that person because that person has already created a wall which I cannot penetrate with anything positive.
Right.
You agree with me on that?
Yeah.
And,
Absolutely.
and if I start to fire back towards that person, then it will be just a fire from one side, a fire from the other side. Exactly what is happening right now between you and Mike.
Right.
You know,
No, I'm just interested. No, I'm just interested in pointing out what a jokey is, so that what
but,
happens
but,
is that.
but Smokey, all that adds to is to drama, and
Well, no,
of
but what
course,
praises pitch?
and
Well, Atangelo,
of,
hold
of
on.
course, you have a public which loves drama, which loves to see how you guys name call one the other, and you say I am right, Mike says he is right, and so forth. And there is a public for that. I don't disagree. That's true. There is a public for that. But I mean, hey, for me, I've created this channel.
Atangelo, if I may, you do know what Mike has said about us and what the creationists are doing and what he's pushing for. Like he has told you that, right?
Smokey, listen, I think it's like that. At the moment that I feel that my dialogue with Mike or with the people that surround him is not worth to have anymore, then I will not start to attack his character or what he believes in or whatever. I will just say, hey, Mike, goodbye. That's it.
If
Finish. And I will move on to another people to interact with,
I get
because
you.
because it's simply not productive. It's not what the Lord called us to do.
Is it appropriate to you to call someone who is acting dishonestly and point out that they're acting dishonestly? Is that at least okay?
Do you know what I do? You saw the streams where I was on the line in the last couple
Right.
of weeks, didn't
Right.
you? So if you go and see the chats on the videos down, you will see hundreds and hundreds of interactions of me with many people. Okay,
Right.
and you will see many called me dishonest and called me out any name that you know that
Right.
you are used to be attacked
But
with.
they didn't give a case for it, right? They didn't like actually provide a
So,
justification
so
for you being
usually what
dishonest,
I
right?
say, hey, if you say that I am dishonest, demonstrate exactly the
Thank
sentence
you.
where I said something which is
Thank you.
dishonest.
And that's what I've done. And that's what I've done with Mike though. I've
Yes, but
actually provided evidence for him being
let me
dishonest.
finish. And that person usually, I have not seen one being able to point out where I really was dishonest. And then I give one last answer. And I said, you are the dishonest guy because you called me dishonest without having a reason to do so. And the Bible says that who is lying will go to hell.
Right.
And then I give a link to how the guy can be saved, and then I stop interacting with that
Right.
person.
No, and I follow that, and that's
And
beautiful.
that's
And that
it. That's finished. It's point finished. And then I will not waste any more time with that person. Now look at your situation, Smokey. In that time that we know each other, it's about a month or two that we know each other. You have had a case with Ian Aldrich, which I was sucked into that situation. I've checked that other channel of that other guy, which has only videos about you at his channel. It's an
right.
atheist. I forgot his name. And there have been many situations of this kind of sort that you are having right now with Mike.
Right.
So
Yep.
I'm asking myself, hey, has that brought any atheist closer to reflect about
Yes.
Christianity?
Yes.
Has it been
Yes.
brought any positive
Yes.
consequences?
Yes. Yes to all of those. And I encourage you, Tangela, what's going to happen tonight is there's going to be a council meeting, quote unquote council meeting. CJ, Nicholas, and Maddox, and wait, who am I missing? Ryan, the Presbyterian, are all going to convene, and they're all going to examine me, and they're all going to make critiques. And I've encouraged all of them to be as blatant and brutal and honest as they feel inclined to. I believe this feelings, emotions, idolatry that we keep indulging is exactly part of the problem. And so, and that's fine. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just going to say how I see it. And like, and the difference between the analogy you gave me and my analogy and my situation is can you mute you can close your YouTube there, Speed, real quick, because you're gonna.
I did.
Okay, all right. So the point was the difference between your analogy and mine, Tangelo, was that I actually pointed out specific examples of Speed being dishonest, and this is why when he was willing to go out and defend his dishonesty by doubling down on extra dishonesty, then at that point I told him, okay, Speed, you've moved to me not being able to respect you or consider you an honest interlocker. Now you're basically trying to evangelize people with this doctrine that somehow this is the superior way to look at the world, and you're doing it with all this intellectual superior posturing, and you're condescending to us.
Smokey, that's what all militant atheists do. I mean,
Right.
look at the atheist community.
Right, and I'm done tolerating it.
Look what all these TV or
Right.
YouTube shows do. They all try to convince us that there is no good evidence for God's existence, and they try to drag us down to their unbelief.
Right. And that's I like to approach it from the inside their worldview component of Tangelo, and you've seen me do this, where it's about, because again, I am different than a lot of the people in the group, and that I reasoned my way out of atheism. It wasn't one of the, it was one of those things where I had to find out what made the most sense. And so like Speed, we had decent interactions. But like he wanted to take it to this level where he was more interested in dishonesty and damage control than he was like actually having conversations or pursuing truth. I can't respect that.
May I speak?
Go ahead. Yeah, I yield.
Okay, I have no idea where you think I was dishonest. If I was dishonest about anything, and you actually found out something where I'm dishonest, and you put it out there very clearly, if you do a real calm, clear treatment of that, I will correct that, because I don't care to be dishonest. Now, the other thing is, Smokey, we can just lay this down. You are really not relevant to the work that I'm doing. You could just stop, just let it go. And I don't really understand.
No, I'm very relevant at calling out what you're trying to do, which is indoctrination of people in the environment, saying that you're somehow someone to be respected, while you just basically just dump on the reputation of James Tour without even any justification. This is not the tactics of honest men, Speed.
I have justification for dumping on James Tour. I'm sorry.
And what is it?
Basically, he is running a dialogue, a preacher dialogue that has nothing to do with the science. And he is not particularly relevant to the science. Demeter is. He actually works in the field. So, I mean, yeah, I have reasons to push back on a lot of scientists, and push back on them very heavily, because I read a lot of science, and I have, an opinion like anybody else. I mean, it's opinion, Smokey. We have opinions. Sometimes we're wrong. Sometimes we're right. I mean,
you don't seem to pitch it as
why is that dishonest?
Well, because you don't pitch it as opinion, Speed. You pitch it as you got it figured out better than all the rest of us, and we're just too dumb to get it. This is what you always talk about. You don't communicate honestly.
You don't do that. You don't do that in your biblical, scripture.
Well, I give reasons for my justification, Speed. You just sit there and throw out these blanket dismissals like you just did with Tour again. By the way, that statement you just made about Tour is factually incorrect. James Tour has recounted on multiple occasions that he's not even an ID proponent. All he's doing is pointing out the fallacious assumptions inside the naturalistic abiogenesis religion that's been pushed on society as somehow it's close to being proven, or we somehow are just on the verge, or, well, one day we'll figure it out, so don't worry, just trust in naturalism. This is the stuff we're fighting, and you hate it. You hate it.
One day we'll figure it out is pretty honest and pretty.
It's
pretty
not.
accurate.
No, it's not
honest.
It's
That's
not
true.
honest because you don't know that, Speed. You don't know
Okay,
because
Tony's here, so I'm going to have to leave now.
You held
All
up a
right.
paper to me.
You gotta
held up a
why-
paper to
Mute
me,
yourself,
Speed.
Tony, or do I need to get out?
Speed, you held up a paper that you tried to show to me when I joined that stream, and you said, I have evidence from a scientist that says that there's a high mathematical probability that we will never understand the beginning
Right.
of life.
No, it was a book. It was a book. It's Yaki.
Okay.
Yaki said that there's a high probability that we will never know exactly what happened, but that doesn't mean that we aren't going to learn a great deal about how it could have happened. As Demeter has pointed out, he has a hypothesis that shows how it could have happened. And if you follow it very carefully, and it's very difficult to follow, you have to know a lot in order to follow Demeter. But he has a hypothesis about the steps. And that's the best that we can do. We're never going to figure out exactly how it
We
happened.
have a hypothesis
because
too,
it's too
Speed.
complicated.
Well, we have a hypothesis
I
too,
know you
Speed.
do.
So what makes your hypothesis?
In the end, each one of us individually has to make up its mind what is more plausible. That's
Right.
always what we can do.
Yeah, and it's kind of based in our basic worldviews that you guys really believe in this religion thing, and I have not been brought up in it. I don't even understand it.
That's dishonest. That's a dishonest
Why is
thing to
what,
say. Well,
what,
well,
what,
we see you as religious too, Speed. Like you don't even want to communicate
Yeah,
on
I
these
am
common
religious.
grounds.
My religion.
When you played the James Tour video, you sped up through the entire video. You didn't even listen to any of it.
When did I play it?
You played it on one of your videos. You played
did I?
a couple of his Origin of Life videos.
And you skipped over all of the core parts of Maddox's opening where he destroyed Godless Engineer because you guys were too triggered to be honest about your review. Like this is what I'm talking about, Speed. Just time after time, you're just a dishonest man.
So you want me to do? Okay, you want me to carefully go over the whole thing?
I wish you would. I wish you would have been honest. Yeah.
I would like.
Why couldn't you? Wait a minute. Why couldn't you just play his opening and just go through it front to back? Why couldn't you do that? Why did you need to parse out the portions where he was calling out Godless on all of his statements that were false? Why didn't you play that?
Do you know where that came from? That came from Godless Engineer's video. Okay, I started with his video, and he started right there. So basically, that was where I started.
No, I heard you guys. Now you're lying against me because I heard you guys. Because Immutable asked you, do we watch this next part or do we skip ahead? And you're like, oh no, we don't need to watch this part. And I made a thing of it in our review. That's why I remember it, because I said, oh look, big surprise. They want to skip over the part where you completely decimate him with all of these clips and all of his dumb statements. I made a note of it in the video, because I thought it was foul and disgusting that you guys were willing to skip around inside Maddox's opening so that you could try to make your sophist points. It was gross. It's dishonest.
Well, if that's dishonest, then I will take he put his entire opening. I think he cut it out for that debate.
He did. Yeah, you should review the whole thing front to back and do it honestly.
And we'll go over it piece by piece. And you probably aren't
going
to.
No, not piece by piece. You should just play it front to back.
Why?
Sit there with you and your little troop and actually do it honestly for once, Speed. Show you have some integrity.
I've heard it about 15 times. I don't think we want to play it on our channel. So, I mean, we have to go through it.
Do you see it, Angelo? Do you see? Do you see?
Okay, Angelo, is that a problem? Can you tell me why that's a problem? Why we would stop a video and comment like you did today? Huh?
Mike, do you know, I think that video, that debate of John Maddox with the Godless Engineer was a disaster for the Godless Engineer. This guy doesn't know absolutely anything about biochemistry.
Well, no, it wasn't his field, and that's one of the reasons why it was unfair.
Yes, exactly, but what
Maddox's field, Speed. What are you talking about?
Well, Maddox made it sound like it was, and he came up with things that surprised God.
You're such a dishonest man, Speed.
Speed. So you have to have a PhD chemist in Origin of Life chemistry to comment about it. Is that what you're saying? Nobody else can talk about this chemistry. No one. correct?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Okay, well, stop the dishonest bullshit, Smokey.
Well, then
Okay.
stop being dishonest, Speed.
Do you think I'm dishonest, Otangelo?
What do you think, Otangelo, with everything I've just said? Do you think
Well,
this is an honest man?
Well, I think that we all, Smokey, we are all biased to a certain degree. I
We all
am,
lie to
you
ourselves.
are, Mikey is, we all are, you know. Now, I think throwing one to the other, you are dishonest, this doesn't add up to anything in our discourse
Nope.
and interaction one with each other. If you, Smokey, think that Mike is dishonest and that then this when someone says to me, I am dishonest, or if I think that someone else is being dishonest, then then it is a serious motivation to think if it's worth to keep a dialogue with that person.
No, Otangelo, I'm not chasing dialogue with him. I'm just pointing out all his dishonesty all the time. That's what he's become because I can't treat him anything else.
You don't understand my criticisms of Maddox, and then you're calling me dishonest.
You don't have any criticisms.
Oh my God,
Speed.
I do.
All you do is Maddox doesn't know what he's talking about, and I do. Ha 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 ha. Moving on.
Exactly.
Like, that's all you ever bring to the conversation, dude.
And can you refute Tor? I mean, you like to make fun of Tor quite a bit. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not in that exact field. Okay, where is he specifically wrong? Tell Ontangelo.
He mentioned a reaction that basically that requires a high basic environment. Like you'd almost have to douse the I think it was God, what was it? Proteins. You'd almost have to douse them in caustic soda in order. And he mentions that reaction, and he just throws it out as one of his things. And I would call him on that. Tor is somebody that doesn't.
Wait, I didn't understand that
a lot
point.
of claims.
Could you make that a little bit clearer? Because I didn't understand that.
There was a reaction, and I forget the name of it, that James Tor mentioned that that alone would degrade the proteins or whatever, something that he said it would degrade them. Well, then you go and look the reaction up, and it turns out it needs to be highly basic. That means you have to have like sodium hydroxide or something in order to make this happen. I don't know why he would bring that up. That was just one point.
Because you're not being.
That's their
okay. Well,
model.
Speed, hold it. You're not being specific. And if there was an assisting substance that needed to be in that reaction, he was, of course, pointing that out. But where?
He wasn't pointing out that you would need lye in order to cause that breakdown. And he was claiming that it would happen in prebiotic. But I don't want to get into details.
Okay, of course you don't, because these molecules probably do break down under prebiotic conditions, and he was making a point of that.
All molecules break down under all conditions, even life today. I mean, it's just neither here nor there.
Well,
anyway,
no, but
let's keep this above. Let's keep this at a higher level right now.
Speed, we're trying, but you have no high levels. This is all embarrassing. Like now you just now
Okay,
you.
I'm gonna go with Tangelo. I'm tired of listening to Smoke.
All right, because you don't have anything, Speed.
Embarrassing.
Why is it embarrassing? We're asking you to be very specific on where told.
I want to answer to that.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
I muted Smokey and Tony for a moment because I want to answer to that, okay? I think one thing is just to throw at you, oh, Mike, you are dishonest. That's one way to approach when you disagree with an opinion. The other one is trying to go to the point. What is the point that you are making? And that's what we have been discussing the last 2 days, Mike,
Right.
in regards of that you said that John didn't have it right in regards of the chemical reaction that actually that he said there was a distance that was no direct chemical reaction between the anticodons and the amino acids, and you said, oh no, that's just a chemical reaction.
Yeah, and I'd still hold to that.
Well, actually, I think that Demeter understood what I was saying, and I thought that you understood it as well.
No, and I understand it from Demeter's point of view too, that you can say that no, okay, on the one side, but that is true. Like I pointed out, we could get into that in some more detail, and I can make my case.
But my point at this moment is, and this goes to Smokey and to Tony, if Mike makes an assertion which is inaccurate or which you disagree with, then you can deal with that in two ways. You can just throw at Mike and say, oh, you are being dishonest, or you can actually go into the point that you're making and then figure out what is the thing that we are talking about. Is it actually just a chemical reaction, or is John Maddox right, and there is a distance between the anticodons and the amino acids? And then we figure it out. And if you are right, Mike, then okay, then we give you that. But if I am right, you can also give me that and say, okay, I got it wrong, you are right. We can err. But I think that is a productive way to approach the thing, and then eventually come to a conclusion in regards of a specific topic. But if my only dialogue to you is, oh, Mike, you are bullshit, you are just telling lies and so forth, that's not bringing anyone.
Tangelo, you're acting like I'm just throwing ad-homs here. I don't understand this. Like I'm literally pointing out like chains of
I will
evidence.
talk to you later, Otangelo.
Okay, bye-bye.
And one thing before I leave, what I would like to do is try to explain to you where I'm coming from with my worldview and why I believe that this abiogenesis thing is possible. And if I could just get you to see why I believe it, that may be progress between us, okay? So let's try that next. And I'm going to try to, I have one of those 12-step meetings tonight, and I got to talk to my sponsor because I have completely gotten off base with these guys. And Smokey, please just let it lie. We don't need to, just leave it alone, okay? And I'll leave you alone.
I appreciate your victim complex, and I'll concede.
Fuck.
You got to be more specific, Speed.
Okay,
if you want to
thank you.
come back with points.
Thank you, Smokey. I'll take that. Let's just lay down our arms. Let's just leave it alone, okay?
Speed, you're the one that wants to keep doing that, and then you go on the attack to my brothers. That's why you keep getting this. You know, it's like if you stayed complacent and you just talked about what you believed and why you believed it, if you weren't constantly attacking Maddox and SFT and everyone else in the group and calling them stupid and how they don't know it, you wouldn't get nearly any of this from me.
I'm sorry, but I can't lay down my arms at Maddox.
Well, see, then don't ask me to lay down mine. Okay.
Okay, fine. Okay, that's
all
fair.
right.
That's
Goodbye.
fair, Smokey.
Goodbye.
Later.
Whatever.
Bye-bye.
So on the one thing I'll just leave. I'll leave after this with Tangelo, but I just want to say one last thing. Well, the point of all of this was I was actually pointing out really, really specific instances time and again where Speed is intentionally operating dishonestly. And no one is really like calling it out. No one in his group, no one in his chat. The people on our side, yeah, they're doing the same old thing like you are, and that's great. Address the very, very bad points he keeps making. But the idea that he's out there presenting himself as some authority, like he's some honest interlocker, and people aren't calling that out bothers me. So I'll yield. I get it. I know. I'm one of those pariahs in the community. I'm always going to be. And I knew I was going to be when I started doing this. But at the end of the day, I have to stick by my principles. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm not a people pleaser. I'm going to stand. None of you guys are going to judge me. I'm going to stand before God on Judgment Day. So go ahead, counsel me, try to change my mind, send me scriptures, try to encourage me by all means. But you're not going to change me. And you're not going to condescend to me. Like, I know I've seen things in this community that have made me sick because they're not being addressed. They're just being validated and enabled. And I'm done with it. I'm done with enabling it. I love you guys. God bless you. I'll talk to you later.
God bless, Smokey.
Smokey, bye-bye. Okay.
On Tangelo, I just wanted to say that Tor is on record for saying how much dishonesty is in the origin of life field. So this is a valid point.
Now, Tony, I was a little bit surprised today because earlier I did post with my the God Talk account a comment on his video, and then I went there again with another account of mine, and I saw that he actually blocked the God Talk account.
Who, Mike?
No, James too.
Wow.
And I honestly don't know what's the problem, because I actually even wrote him. I invited him to come to my channel, and I wrote him in February, I think, and he is not replying to me. So I wonder, does he have any problem with me? I mean, there's something that he saw on my channel that he disliked, or what is the problem?
I don't know. I know he started his podcast. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
To get back to the chemistry, the RNA codon, what you were discussing, is not plausible under prebiotic conditions.
Well, my point was with Mike. He says that the interaction between the anticodon and the amino acid is just chemical reactions.
Right.
And John Maddox said very clearly that it's not, because there is a distance which between the two sides. And John Maddox, of course, is right, and even Dimitar acknowledged this. And Mike keeps saying that he is right. It's just a chemical reaction. I don't know. I don't understand why he insists on that subject. I would really like to clear that out, because we can even look at the tRNA molecule and then demonstrate the distance from one side to the other. And then you cannot say that through a chemical reaction the assignment was formed. So okay, guys. Tony has left, and I'm already over 4 hours here in the chat. I will have a break, have dinner, and see you next time, guys. Thank you for being at my channel. Bye-bye.